Hello everyone, right then, so when I do this, this should be working. Yes, it should be working. And no, frickin'. Right. Video capture device. Why have you decided to go a bit wonky? That should be okay. Lock that. That's fine. And that across there. Hello everyone. So I've been having fun. We're currently just going live. You should be able to hear my colleague. If you can't hear my colleague, that's because the system has decided to go completely haywire again. And I'm just going to have an eye with it. But you should be able to.
Ending in Y?
You can hear it. That's good. That's good. Questions starting to come in. Today is a modern as well as a naval history. So that's always fun. I'm currently making sure Restream is working happily. Occasionally it decides not to work happily. Occasionally. We try and keep it roughly happy. And yeah, having fun. By the way, I'm not sure if this is something you're going to be looking forward to, Dan, or if you're going to be petrified of it. But my mum and sister have decided that you are going to no. In a nice way, someone is saying it's incorrect is that the Irish Navy has most of its ships named after writers. And then they said, only 4 out of 6 ships are named after writers. The rest are named after women from Irish mythology. I apologise. It's a joke which has been going around for quite a while about the Dead Poet Society, but you know, hey ho.
I mean, it's 2/3. It's over half.
Yeah, that's yeah. For Michael Mulligan and his comment, that's incorrect. And I did actually say the reason the fourth vessel is not in service is because they didn't have enough personnel, and that they were going to be keeping it around because they're saving it for when the others can get into service. But you know, they felt an urge to correct me on everything, which I said, which was correct. So good for them. Good for them. All right. Point when not to write a comment to me where I am going to find things to take it apart. When I'm live and it flashes up on the screen because I'm going through the admin stuff. Yeah.
I'm still playing too much Rule the Waves 3, and I have just named one of my warships, one of my larger warships, the politely worded note. So if people aren't careful, they will be visited by the politely worded note.
Okay. It's always good to have the politely worded note. They're followed by the sternly worded letter.
The politely worded note is an aircraft carrier with 90 aircraft. I'm not sure about building something that would be the sternly phrased letter. That might need to be a dreadnought. Not sure. Anyway, I've managed to get this game from 1890 through to it's currently 1967. So
You've done well then.
yes, and I have ships still in service from 1892.
That sounds like it's expensive.
Sorry. Well, I converted it into an aircraft carrier.
That still sounds expensive.
It was during a version of a peace treaty where I couldn't lay down new ships, and so just had to play refit games.
So you did the great refit. Okay. I will accept this only in the fact that it is in the fine tradition of many navies in this world to do great refits where the ships that go in and the ships that come out are only vaguely connected.
I mean, I think there was the builder's plate. No, I just checked. No, they actually changed the builder's plate for a new one. Still said the same thing, but it's a new builder's plate.
It's got the same ship's bell.
Yeah. I mean, they melted it down and got it recast, but yeah.
Yeah, it's made of the same material. You know, that's what you do in these things.
Yeah. Yeah. It's all good. Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll buff. Any problems will just buff out, I'm sure. Yeah. Do we have much in the way of questions yet? Or
Well, their questions are coming in are quite cool ones. They're quite good. I'm just making sure that all the social media goes out because, as usual, when I've been organising things, I have forgotten to set up the social media stuff for this. I got so absorbed going through the questions for the Patreon for August for the Patreon topics that I kind of forgot to do the stuff for the social media stuff for this. So, just doing that.
I mean, the amount of admin I've been failing to do recently is quite spectacular. But yeah.
Well, the more fun thing is that I don't know if Wayne is here, Wayne Borean, because he has a habit of actually, and I have literally written this in response already on there, that the questions the questions he's putting in aren't so much topic questions as they are topics of syllabuses. In fact, the question he put in was literally I did check 2 syllabuses I used to teach. So no, I cannot do that in a 2.5 3 hour video. I'm sorry.
But you've already done the research.
No, it's more a case of that's asking a little bit too much for me to cram that all into that. It's a case of I do try to remind people that the videos are supposed to be 3 hour videos, not 2-year-long research courses.
Potato, potato.
Yeah, there's just a small difference in those things. Just a small one.
Only small.
Yeah, very
no
small.
one will notice.
Yeah, no one ever notices. So, hello everyone. How are we all doing? How goes the world? As I see it, we've currently got roughly 60 people watching us. That's nice.
Cool.
Now,
scary, but cool. Although I might count as one of them.
As the questions are coming, before the questions reach the point at which we start answering them, I'm going to grab some iron brew because I've finished my cans. Actually, that reminds me, I do have to order another 4 trays of iron brew because I'm down to just 4, 3 regular and 1 1901. So I have to order another 3 and 1. So I try and keep to myself to 2 months supply at the moment.
Preparing for World War 12?
Not World War 12, no. Something more likely and slightly more horrific. I'm preparing for the energy spike, which is going to cause all sorts of things to happen probably later this year. Because I don't see the Strait of Hormuz getting sorted out anytime soon. So I want to have enough in stock that I can basically cut things for a month while I rebalance everything and not put, and so I will be fine.
Well,
my advice also is to UK people is always stock up on toilet paper before the run on it begins, because literally, as we know, it doesn't matter what the crisis is, it doesn't matter what's the scenario. The crisis could even be there's an overabundance of toilet paper in the UK. The British people will still buy up all the toilet paper available.
Yes.
British public are definitely afraid of running out of loo roll. Definitely afraid of it.
Yep. I mean, rightly so. It's...
I agree. I'm not against this, but yeah. Bob Semple, did you ever find the plans of Bismarck? Yes, I did. I think I did find the schematics for it. Was I supposed to send them to you? If I was and I didn't, I apologize. But also, in my defense, just to remind me in the future, when I forget things, I'm not one of those people who gets precious when they get a reminder when they've forgotten to send something. I go, oh, sorry, because at the moment I am forgetting stuff, and usually it's because I've had another crisis to deal with the house and its building and the moving and all the other stuff going on, and I'm apologetic. I don't like forgetting stuff, but I'm also honest enough and human enough to admit, yeah, sometimes it does slip my mind, in which case, boot me, and I remember, and I'll go, ooh. Sadu, I should buy stocks in toilet paper only every time there's a crisis. I will say this. I have made a concerted effort over the years to buy shares in the companies which are behind toilet paper brands, especially Andrex. They're about the only shares I have been known to buy, and usually when I say I'm buying shares, it's when I get some money from a family member at Christmas, and they're sort of going, "Oh, here's £50, invest it for the future." And I sort of look at the great aunt who's giving me, go, "Thank you." And what I tend to do is I have tended to buy toilet paper company shares, because so far they've never let me down. I'm a historian, not a financial advisor, not an economist, not anything like that. All I know is it has been my route. I now have a few £100 in toilet paper company shares thanks to that practice over the years. It's never gone down. It's retained it, so it's been okay.
I mean, there are a few things which people will always do.
Yeah,
and that is to cover one of them.
Yes, basically that was the trick my grandfather always taught for investing. Was invest in things which people always need. They always need a roof over their head, food in their belly, clothes on their back, and something to clean themselves with. And if you invest in those things, you might not make a huge amount of money, but you will never. It's very unlikely you're going to lose money. Yeah. John South, being the rear gunner on an Andrex convoy was the most dangerous job during COVID. Yes.
Yeah.
It certainly was when my aunt was around. I got a phone call one day from my aunt going, "I've managed to get extra." What? Toilet paper. I got out of Asda's with 4 bags. There's literally only you and Uncle living in that house. How many toilet papers? We've now got something like 150 loo rolls between them. I'm sort of going, that's gonna last you for like forever. Why? Wasn't her possessed you?
But this isn't one of those light moments when we go, many Bothan spies died to get us this information.
No, that was when you go, why the frigate did you do this? Okay, so Chief Manager, which Royal Navy bases, apart from the obvious Hong Kong and Singapore, would be really useful in a modern global war if the UK had chosen to keep them during the decolonisation process?
Malta.
Well, Malta, yes. Bombay. In fact, most of the bases in India will be really useful. Durban. Pretty much there. If you look at where the Royal Navy built its colonies, where Britain built its colonies, and where the Royal Navy built their bases, most of the Royal Navy's bases were at choke points. And yeah, they would be all pretty much useful. There aren't any I can really think of from the global bases which wouldn't be useful. I'm sure someone's going to suggest the Bahamas might not be useful, but no, they'd be useful. It'd be useful. Bahamas, Halifax, useful. But keeping them would be difficult in a decolonized world. Yeah. PDP Professor, your short piece regarding Sherman's Liberty ships versus wonder weapons. Has the West totally lost the plot with the current procurement practice? Okay, so here's what happens. The Germans had an entirely rational approach to wonder weapons and these things. There is a rationality to it. We are outnumbered. We are out-industrialized. So let's use our industrial capacity to produce the most powerful weapons we possibly can, because then we can out-tech, and our tech can make up for numbers. That's the theory. It's a rational theory until you meet reality. And reality is your tech that superior? Because if you're in a peer conflict and you're going down that route, the odds are your tech is not going to be that greatly superior to your opponents. And I've seen some very interesting shorts on YouTube and various things where there's all sorts of claims about the fighting capability of the Germans versus other nations in World War II, and what can I say? Most of them are twaddle. Because the Germans were very good, but they weren't supernatural. They weren't a species of bards and above the rest. They were soldiers. Were they particularly well trained and drilled? They were quite well trained. They were quite well drilled. Did they have issues logistically? Constantly, because their logistics was dependent upon horses and carts for a lot of the time. It's one of those things of, yes, they have a really fine fighting spear at the front, and people concentrate on things like the panzer divisions. And you go, well, okay, so the panzer divisions can race around. What about the infantry divisions that you require on to, I don't know, hold land and fight defensive actions? Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah, because they had, 10 panzer divisions for the invasion of France? I think it was.
Something like that. But no, it's a case of you get stuck into the technology idea, and the idea then took a hold in this sort of end of history scenario. It got swept up in it. The idea was that Western technology was so supernaturally better than Russian technology, especially when we eventually got to look at the Russian technology. Because what people forget is a lot of the Russian late 80s tech wasn't actually fielded and wasn't actually really implemented. It was already lagging behind a bit because of computers and, chip design, especially in the way we could track cars down, versus the Western tech. And that's true. And there is even today, we look at some of the tech and we go, yeah, our tech is better. But we are not God-given right to have a better technology. And the thing is it better enough? Now, against Russian tech in Ukraine, there is certainly an argument to look at the Western technology and go, that has proved startlingly useful. Has it proved infallible? No. No tech is infallible. Has it proved pretty darn good at its jobs? Yes, it has. Is there a reality that Ukraine is using usually last generation's tech rather than the current generation tech? Yes, there is. But still, it's proving its value. But the thing is, when we start talking about the threats we are facing today and the way they're evolving, some of those threats actually play on the advantage, on the fact that we've gone for such high-tech systems, and we've been slowly pushing higher and higher tech while trying to also, at the same time, save money and cut budgets. I saw a real thing, if you take out the nuclear deterrent, and you take out pensions, and you take out war graves and a few other things they've added into the Ministry of Defence funding mission, funding sort of requirements over the last few years, you suddenly find that in real terms, the UK defence has shrunk from 3% to about 1.7%. Thank you for the posture check, and a stretch. So yeah, that's a problem. You can't keep, and you in turn you want to make more and more exquisite weapon systems, which if you're buying in them less and less numbers, don't then get the economies of scale, so they keep going up and up in price. And at a certain point, those systems which they are so much more advanced than outnumber them so conclusively that your missile might be able to intercept every single one of your interceptor missiles might hit a target. That's great. But you've got, what, a couple of hundred missiles? Or maybe you just got 40 or so on your destroyer, or 90 on your destroyer, depending on what destroyer it is. And you've got nothing to deal with the stuff which comes in after that. That's the problem. And do note that the answer most people, many nations are looking for are these, again, high-tech solutions to the problem. Okay, what we've got to do is you've got to have a uncrewed arsenal vessel, which will get there somehow without being intercepted en route and without being it's all engaged en route, and will provide more missiles. Just there go. Yeah, that's a really high tech solution. What's a low tech solution to that same problem? Carrying more missiles in the first place, isn't it? That's it. That's the low tech solution. And you've also got to start thinking of, okay, well, maybe we do need to bring back some of the, we used to have, instead of having one level of air defense, if you think about it in terms of air defense, when we're talking about World War II, most warships would carry 4.5-inch, 5-inch, 5.25-inch guns as their heavy anti-aircraft. I know Nelson and Rodney like to use their 16-inch guns. I know there's a few Cannon-class cruisers that like to use their 8-inch guns, but let's be honest, those are the exceptions rather than the rule. Then you go down, and you go, okay, well, what we have after that? Well, you usually have 40mm medium AA, wouldn't you? And then you'd have 20mm and machine guns, so you'd have 3 different layers of AA. Think about how many warships today go to sea which actually have 3 comprehensive layers, where they have enough weapon systems to cover all angles of all those layers. That's a real problem. Would we be so worried about a drone swarm if you were talking about your warships and going, well, yeah, as they have 4 76mm guns on them in 4 turrets in a sort of star formation, or let's say on the corners of the ship, and then they have 4 phalanx as well on them. Would anyone in that situation be worrying about a drone swarm as much? Knowing that whatever angle you attack the ship from, you can get at least 2 76mm providing a flak for a cannon, and then there's 3 phalanxes as well, which can possibly engage on any angle you're attacking from. Would they be as worried? No.
No.
But again, the answer is, okay, so are we fitting the answer? No. We're going high-tech. We're going to develop laser systems. That's great. Laser systems, though, require increased power. They require all sorts of systems to work on them and support them.
You also need to sometimes use air quotes. It's a laser. Or is that just me still?
Yeah, it's fun. And so, yeah, Dragonfire is a really good system and does work well. I've watched some of the demonstrations on some systems. But if you were asking me whether I would rely on it alone on a ship, no. Would I want phalanx as well? Yes. Would I want 76mm as well? Yes. Or 57mm. If you're not going to buy 76, buy 57. I don't really mind. If you're not going to buy the 12-pounder, buy the 6-pounder. It's not quite as good. It's not quite as good, and you don't really want both on a ship because they are similar enough in their performance and characteristics. And frankly, there's no point.
I just meant in general.
Yes. I know, but I still haven't. I do all this for the 3-inch gun, and Alta Malera has never sent me a single check. Be nice if they did. Actually, no. rather than an Automalera sending me a check, what I'd like is a 76mm plushie.
Ooh.
That's what I'd like. I'd like a gun, and I'd like a gun, and I'd like a 76mm round as a plushie. That's what I'd like. If Automalera could send me them, I will be happy. I'll be a very happy person. I think it'd be fun. Let's be honest, who wouldn't want that as a plushie? I now have to send a message to Drac that I am currently live.
As opposed to telling him you're...
Oh, well, confused. I got sent a message saying, I got a message going, can I ask a question? I went, yeah, I'm live on Bruships. Anyway,
kind of mean.
Yeah. If RFA got both contender class Conrads, MV contender Benz, and contender Argent for conversion into Argus class ships, how much more do you get, and how many issues get neutered or prevented? It does. If you get if you get 2 Argus class vessels, A, you have more space for helicopter training, but B, when you convert them, you have more medical space, so you have 2 rapid first response ships. And you also have the fact that you can do refits more regularly because you have 2 hulls. Let's be honest, there are some roles which you require 3 or 4 of to guarantee the availability of, because you cannot operate it. So there are some roles which, frankly, you need as supporting assistance, so you can make do with 2 vessels, because basically, if one's sitting in harbour ready to go, that's fine. So with that sort of scenario, if you had 2 of them, they do make for more capability. You would probably see them more used as motherships for mine operations as well, and supporting those. So yeah, they just get more out of them. Information mimic. Also, just out of curiosity, I wonder how many predicted World War II era ships were from straight vertical diving threats, like 90-degree out vertical. Okay.
90-degree vertical.
So, here's the thing: most of the ship's guns could go up to about 85 degrees. So they try and engage them, but also they if you think about it, when the guns weren't on the center, they were slightly off or each end, and so often they could just about make their target. Some of them could go up to 87 degrees, some of them could go up to the full 90, but they were usually the smaller weapons. Again, one of the problems you had with that, if you consider in the interwar period, and I've talked about this in videos before, is the false positives you got from exercises. Where in exercises, pilots don't die. So, if you've got low risk of dying, but high risk of bragging rights, do you aim for the destroyer on the outer picket, or do you go for the cruiser, the carrier, or the capital ship? If you're not going to die, you go for the thing that's going to give you bragging rights, don't you? And that's the reality. You sort of push through, and you go for the bragging rights. So you get this idea in the interwar period, as I talked about before, where they're going, oh, they're not attacking destroyers, so destroyers are going to need low-angle guns because they need to be really good at engaging aircraft attacking other ships and other things. And it's only in the late 1930s when you've got senior officers who are sitting there going, especially former carrier commanders going, you do realise this is based entirely on false positives, right? And they're going, what? Yeah, it's a false positive. Oh, frigate. And so you start getting the changes coming in, but it's actually too late. If World War II holds off to 1942, the amount of weapon systems that will have come in and be entered service, that will change things. Like the 4.5-inch 4.5-inch gun will probably be in on British destroyers, etc. Things like that, to replace the 4.7, and that's going to have a higher angle and all sorts of fun things. You end up with a potentially a different war from the aircraft standpoint. Aircraft are going to be conversely going to be more capable, more deadly, but the fact is the ships will have actually adapted more because of that change which happens in about, depending on a navy you're talking about, it's usually dated to 36, 37. The Royal Navy gets to it in about 35 as a whole. Henderson got to it earlier, but he couldn't get the mounts designed until he couldn't get them ordered till about 35, and so they weren't in time to be fitted onto things like the Travel class. Carrot on the 5-1. I have firmed up my holiday plans for next year and will be touring Norway with Narvik as my most northerly point. Can you recommend any stops along the way? Oh, there are so many in Narvik. The museum is lovely. Going up the mountain is highly recommended, although only myself and Garius actually made it up the mountain, but the food up there was lovely. What about you, Dan?
Things to do in Narvik.
Yeah, I went for a swim in the bay. That was lovely. I went for an actual swim in the fjord. I went to there's a sauna system, a floating barge sauna, and I managed to get invited in by the owners by just probably looking lost and being nearby. Hello, Lions! Thank you for being a subscriber for 35 months. And it was a case of, it was lovely. Swimming in the fjord was amazing. The water is incredibly clear. Do take goggles, because as clear as it is, if you want to really have a long look down, you're not going to want to get a lot of water in your eyes, because there are big ships which go through there, and stuff comes off them. So yeah, let that go to your skin. You can wash off more easily than your eyeballs. But yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, it was just a really nice place.
Good food. Oh, the Italian.
Yeah.
The Italian restaurant.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
that was a fun
It was
time.
good.
Yeah. Sam Thompson, for the panel, you're a pirate captain in the golden age of piracy and have 3 ships to pick from: a sloop, a schooner, and a brigantine. Which do you choose and why? The panel's currently me and Dr. Dan, so it won't be a long one.
A sloop, a schooner, and a brigantine.
And you're able to have 3 ships.
No, I think we're allowed 1 out of the 3. Was my interpretation.
Oh, yes, 3 ships to pick from.
So the problem is that you can get so much crossover between them. Schooner, I always think of as being faster and potentially able to be sailed with less crew, but I may be completely wrong on that.
That's the one. The schooner will have the sails, which will actually be easier to do. So probably the schooner will take less crew. So probably the schooner's a sensible one if I want to have things to split with things.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go with one of them then.
Yeah. Hannah Gunsham. If the budget and design have been there, how many years would it have taken the Royal Navy to get similar size at the end of the Cold War? How many years would it take take for the Royal Navy to get to a similar size at the end of the Cold War Navy?
From now to the quite a long time.
Look, if you wanted to get to that size and you were ordering now, and If you're keeping to British yards only, you're probably talking 2050s. If you are prepared to go to foreign orders whilst paying to increase to upgrade the British yards, you can potentially go earlier. But the thing is, all the money you spend outside of your economy is being spent outside of your economy. Building in British yards does keep a lot of the money in the British economy, which is helpful. Now, there are some green shoots already going on there. There are other yards, and one of the things people often forget is that most of the big yards in the UK have sister spaces that they own but don't have active currently to invest in, but they would take years to invest and grow. I think Camel Earths is Greenock. That's the one I remember. Harlan Wolf has about half the yard in actual active use, I think. There are space and there are facilities to grow and use it as capability. But and there's places like Appledore which aren't being used at all. I think Appledore is basically just doing bits of ships. They're not really being used to full capacity. They can do more than they're doing. They're really good at what they do. Appledore is actually a very good yard. AMP Falmouth is more of a refit yard. They do have some issues. In that there's a bit of a note being played about them because of a ship which literally came out of them after refit was then condemned. But I'm hearing two sides of that story. One, they did the work they were required to, whilst also saying you do realise there are issues with this ship beyond what we're being required to do. And once they'd done that work, it got out, it was looked at, and the issues they pointed to were found, and they immediately condemned the ship. And you sit there and go, is it really their fault when they were telling you the whole way through, hey, there are other issues here which need to be looked at than the ones you've hired us to do? That was just them hunting for work. And then it was their fault that it wasn't done. But they still are getting plenty of contracts. They're a pretty... Look, AMP Falmouth is, from all the things I've heard, it's a bit on in terms of a bureaucratic for a yard. It does have a very strong chain of command in terms of you have to get this signed by this to get this out to do that job, which probably reflects the amount of military work they do. I'd say also, if you were looking at it from perspective of, okay, well, we want to build some missile boats, some short-range vessels to free up some of the larger vessels to deal with fur projects and help us with that scenario. There are yards in the UK which aren't looked at for that. Again, in Falmouth, right next to AMP, there is a yacht manufacturer which is pretty darn good. And they do quite a lot of work in Falmouth, but they also have yards in Monaco and in the Gulf and all sorts of places. Basically, they build yachts. They build the super yachts. It's the amount of people who don't realise that there's this little yard next to AMP Falmouth in Falmouth, which builds the super yachts. They are a really good little company as well. And there's a few other places like that around the UK where you could go to build up your numbers, if you're prepared to make an order which is going to make them interested. And that's the other trouble. So yeah, if you're prepared to use foreign orders, you could probably get it there by the late 2030s. If you're prepared to just use the UK, it's about 2050s. Dream Manager, how much of the modern shipbuilding component building process can still be further automated? It seems to me that would be rather important if you suddenly need to build lots of ships. Okay, there are sections which could probably be automated, but to be automated, you're going to have to build the machines to automate it first. And that's a problem. That's being pushed, but that is also one of those areas where it's the weights you're dealing with. At a certain point, humans and cranes and lots of systems become financially more viable than the computer-controlled robots you would build to replace them. especially when you consider how things vary from ship design to ship design. So it's one of those scenarios where, yes, you could automate things further, and it probably is sensible to try to automate things further to maximize the personnel you have. But there is a limit to what you can automate at our current technology scale unless you're prepared to put in a lot of money. And the other problem with doing that in yards is if you put in a lot of money to do it, and then the orders are cut. If we consider Babcock at the moment, they are asking for to build more ships. They've got the Type 31s in production. They're building up a bigger yard. They're taking on some Type 31 orders from from other countries, and that looking is really good. And everyone's turning around going, "So what about the Batch 2 or the Type 32s? Where's the order from them coming through?" And the order hasn't come in. You keep being told it's going to be part of the Defence Investment Plan, the DIP. But if anyone has noticed, the DIP is currently over a year late and waiting. So, yeah. And hello, Foxo and Dragon.
Hello.
Heyo. And
Heyo.
when it comes to automation, it's one thing I would like to point out quickly.
Yep.
Despite the honeymoon of a lot of modern electronics in the late 2010s, early 2020s, we're once again figuring out that especially high-level compute is very expensive and very space-intensive.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of automated systems need a lot of high-level compute to sustain.
Yep.
In good time.
It's one of those things which, in theory, are wonderful and viable, but in practice, it's a lot more complicated.
Yeah. I mean, my thought on it was going to be something similar, because the other factor you have is that a human, a human is not that different from a robot, but they are wonderfully flexible for doing different things. You get the same thing with kind of damage control considerations. Like, yes, I can automate this, but at the same time, actually, if I have, a computer that can, I can make a machine that can do all of these things, and it's going to cost me a fortune. How much would it cost me to have a person who can also adapt to new things by me sending them on a training course?
Yeah. And the training course could be domestic in your own building with a trainer brought in, and they can quickly be. But and it's like when you start talking about mining and a few other areas, it's a classic of, in theory we could do this. In practice, why?
Yeah.
It's sort of the advantage of a person is that a person's a self-contained unit.
Mm-hmm.
Which is really good for tasks you need a self-contained unit to do. But humans, especially compared to computers, don't network particularly efficiently.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I know of modern warships, you need both.
Yeah.
I mean, they tend to need drinks to help them to do that. Is my understanding. That helps with the networking.
But
at least that's what I'm told when the bar bills come in.
Yeah. That's what I was referencing. I was referencing the fact that it takes a computer several milliseconds to transmit a bit of information. It takes a human several seconds to transmit that same bit of information.
Yes.
And when hypersonics are getting involved, 1 to 2 seconds is quite a long time.
So, in simple terms, if you Wayne, I'm not sure what I'm asking. Is there a set of standards for ship construction choice of ponies? There is, sort of. There is a naval ship code published by NATO, which is called ANEP 77, and it is multiple parts. I think you actually have to. I think it's available. And there's also the rules for classification of ships produced by Lloyd's Register and others. But, if I'm not mistaken, the Amazon do have a link to part 1 of... I think it's a 3-parter, but I'm not 100% sure. But it is massive. It is massive in terms of the certification, the state of the structure design, fire safety, weapons positions, all those systems. It is a very large, very long, very fulsome document of something well over each part is well over 150 pages. So yeah, there is a standards, and believe it or not, because of the way the standards are actually put out a lot more than NATO uses them, and they almost become de facto standards for everyone. Theoretically not China and Russia, but I would say China is not silly, and they look at those documents and go, well, they've put them together for a reason. Yeah. It's fun. It's fun, the standards and system. I have a lot of... yeah, there is actually a training course. I actually looked it up and went, hang on, what do you mean? Because I was trying to look up for a link to give you on NATO, and I was looking down for a NATO site, and then a link for going, don't worry, there is a Lloyd's Register approved Naval Ship Code training course. 1-day workshop. Only costs $5,000 for the day's training.
That's...
$5,000. My prices aren't high enough.
Neither are mine.
If I could get 100 students in a room, each paying $5,000 to go over a course for a day, oh good lord. That would pay my housing bills. Nice thing. Why did... Oh, there's a part 2 to tonight's question. That's Paul's got it. Thank you, Paul. Why did German Navy never revisit Gottsford-Birkeland for a modern ship, as H-39 Gottsford-Birkeland was announced for as a lane, even along with UR Submarine 2501, Pritz Mollitz, Friedrich Iln, and Eric Steinbreck, and Admiral Hippo Retro, Königsberg Meta, Bristol Meta, and Elba Meta. As it's an Azure Lane question, I'm going to hand over to my Azure Lane correspondence. Foxo, Dragon, enjoy.
Where was the question? Where was the question in that? I think I missed the question bit.
Why did German Navy never revisit Gottsford-Birkeland?
Wait, as in...
I think potentially it's because he's
never...
Yeah, as a name. I think potentially because he's a mercenary.
Well, I need to actually see the wording of this question, because this question's too weird.
Yeah, enjoy. Wait on.
Why did they not revisit it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's got to be, as you say, for a name, because otherwise... Because in context, that is the name of the H-class for the new event they're doing.
Yeah,
But beyond that, I can only... Yeah, agree with you that it's if he's a mercenary, possibly. And again, what do the Germans actually name their ships these days?
And he did do nasty things in the German Peasants' War. and he liked to be involved in feuds. He wrote his own autobiography and estimated that he fought 15 feuds, potentially duels, plus assisted in feuds against the cities of Köln, Ulm, Augsburg, and the Swabian League, as well as the Bishop of Bamberg, to assist his friends. So when he feuded, he didn't feud against an individual. No. He went on for an entire city. And the Swabian League, which was multiple cities, and the Bishop of Bamberg, so the Catholic Church.
I mean, who hasn't, massacred a few?
I'm on push to talk.
Yeah.
Also,
I assume you might be.
Also, you might want to, if you go check up his Wikipedia page, I'm not going to say it because this is a little cousin-friendly channel, but if you do go to his Wikipedia page, which I just hunted down quickly because I went from the name to go, okay, let's find out where the name come from. Who's this person? I haven't heard of them particularly. They're a land-fighting mercenary. I'm sorry, naval historian hadn't heard of them. And I found a link to it, but I found some links on the wiki page, which I've then gone to, but I've gone back to the wiki page, and on there is a euphemism which his name has become known for. Yeah. He was a forerunner of Bart Simpson, but slightly more vulgar.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know why they would go with him. To be honest, this period of history is more Fox's bit than mine for where he's actually from, but...
And Fox is probably sitting there going,
Yeah.
no, don't go in. There are many better people.
No, he is the German mercenary.
Oh, yeah, that's good. So he's not just a mercenary, he's the mercenary. Okay.
He. Because if it's the guy I'm thinking of coming out of my PC currently, he's from like a legitimate peasant's war. It's about 1600.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the guy with the iron hand.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, fun fact, he's the inspiration for a lot of the Landsknecht.
Yeah.
And unironically, the Landsknecht themselves are some of the most important groups of people in European history. So,
He has an impact, for good or for ill.
yeah, he sort of shows the rise of the professional soldier in Europe. He's also a very good example of professional soldier doesn't mean a good person.
Nope. No, it doesn't. It doesn't require them. Okay.
Usually it means somebody with a somewhat notable degree of sociopathy.
Yep.
Also, greetings all. I was held up having a quasi-interview with two people who might be subletting from me.
Cool.
I assume that's good.
Yes, they will be subsidizing my plastic crack addiction if they decide to pull the trigger.
Cool.
Okay. Now, Carol on phone. Which of the navies in the world have the design best suited for a manual for manned production crash build program, and which country has the infrastructure capable of implementing it? There's literally only one option to put here: China. China. They've built the infrastructure. They've got the people to do the building, and they've got the designs which they can produce quite quickly. I would say if I was going to be most suggestive of what you need to be potentially cautious of, the sheer volume of 54As is something to think about. The 54Bs, which have started entering service, are an improvement.
And as far as I would say crash build programs go, look at how quickly Beijing built all that infrastructure out to deal with COVID.
Yeah, it might
Now,
collapse.
yes, most of that infrastructure has crumbled to a concerning amount, even to today. But they did build it.
Yeah, and that's the thing about a war emergency build. You need it to last about 5 years. You don't need it to last forever. You need it to basically hold together for 5 years hard use, and then you can put it in to cut it up for razor blades.
Building a ship to line out of softwood. You
Yes.
make it much
Yeah.
quicker and easier, but don't expect it to last 30 years.
No.
Yeah, it won't be quite as durable. But you will have it.
A weak third rate's better than no third rate.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And love him or hate him, Stalin did hit the nail on the head when he said that quantity is a quality all its own.
Oh yes, it is.
Within reason.
Yeah.
He may have taken it a bit too far.
Yes, then again,
Information
but-
Mimic Red Alert 2 is not an obscure reference in this game, in this channel. Red Alert 2, I have played on Twitch a few times because I enjoy it. It was one of my
But then
oldest
again-
favorite games.
If anybody in World War II could be said to have quantity, Stalin is definitely at the top of that list.
Oh, definitely had a claim top of that list, but I would say America outdid them a few times over. Stafford Thompson, what class or specific naval vessel would you like to be captain of today, and why that vessel? What would I like to do? Well, there's part of me which would like to take out a Type 55 just to have a joy of seeing what it's like as handling characters that I really like. Because there are so many different reports, I'd like to see what it really handles like. But that thing of being a little bit naughty and a little bit, sneaky beaky. If I'm not going to go nick a Chinese Type 55, I honestly would quite like to take out... So between Type 45 and I have a Hoodfelt. If I took out an Iva Hoodfelt, I could actually have a good look at the Standflex system and work out how to maximize it. And I think a lot of trouble is there's been a lot of lack of investment, and I would like to maximize that system, and I think there's a lot of value that could be added to that system and built into that system. Or I could take out a Type 45, and that would give me enough experience operating, commanding it, to probably write a decent paper on what the Type 83 should be in relation to the Type 45, without having people trying to, with actually having that as a basis rather than just the theory and watching them in exercises, etc.
I thought
How about
the
you?
UK. I thought the UK had bought into Stanflex.
UK never didn't buy into Stanflex, no. UK has bought. We've bought the Iva Hoodfelt design as the basis for the Type 31, right? But we aren't actually buying Stanflex or putting Stanflex on it, and our Type 31s are being built with Stanflex capability.
So, who was the bean counter that decided that was a smart idea?
I'm presuming it was either never mooted as an idea, because, of course, when the ideas were all being discussed, it was prior to the Russian invasion of Crimea, so therefore everything was still on the end of history, we're just building this so we say we have something scenario, or it was one of those noted cost efficiency engineers which seemed to inhabit be hired and supported by by parts of the treasury, but seem to inhabit other government departments to decide on the cost efficiency of doing that level of engineering.
Doc, I think you're using the wrong word there. You used inhabit when you probably should have used infest.
I was trying to be polite. I'm sure that I have met a few of them in my time, and they are all perfectly nice individuals, but they are... I would say some of the prices they work to in their guidance are a little off in terms of value for money. And that's me basically being polite.
Yeah. It's important to remember that as of currently, to a degree, unfortunately, BAE and the British government are two different institutions as of now. Because I remember correctly, BAE is a part of Danflex.
Mm-hmm.
They make some of the modules for it.
They do. But what vessels would you all like to be captains of, and why today? Modern vessels.
Oh, a Dead Poet Society.
Hey, I've been told off because apparently they're not all dead. They're not all named after dead Irish poets. Some of them are now named after women from Irish mythology.
Do you know a fun fact about those women?
Yeah.
Most of them were poets. Because traditionally in Irish mythology, all matriarchs and women with kids should have learned poetry. Because poetry was how you recorded history.
I was going to say, isn't that because of Ireland has a rather oral-based tradition?
Yes, but the British Isles don't.
Yeah, but
that.
This is the fun thing. I'm sitting going, I know this, and that's why I talked about it like that. And then I still get someone commenting, going, "You're wrong," and I'm sort of going, "No, I'm not."
But most of the people that said that to me tend to be Americans and not know what they're talking about.
I'm probably in this scenario potentially, you know. In my experience, most of the Irish people who watch my channel just go, "Wow, so the only navy in the world which is currently outperforming the Royal Navy and imagining get egg on its face because it's going to be bureaucrats is us." So we go, I don't talk about you guys that often because I don't want to be mean. No one deserves me to be that level of mean.
Yeah. As for why I would be captain of a dead poet, there's no chance of me going off to war. Because Ireland's trying to do the Swiss neutrality thing, despite the fact we don't have the militarism of the Swiss.
Yeah.
I'm reliant on the UK for defence.
They have the Gala glasses.
I'm just going to say, Brandon Larson, thank you for being a member for 47 months.
Oh.
One more for 4 years.
One more month for 4 years for Brandon Larson. 47 months of membership. Goodness gracious!
He's got me beat by 5 months. But I think
Runon's at 42 months.
Meaning life, universe, and everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but so what? So you'd have fun with your Dead Poet Society. You'd be not going off to war. You'd be
because the dead poet very rarely actually leave the Irish coast. I wouldn't have to worry about getting deployed to, say, the Middle East. The Irish military is relatively liberal.
Mm-hmm.
And because the Navy actually has quite a lot of female officers in, so it wouldn't be too out of place there. And the only issue is that the pay is pretty bad, but that's an issue with the entirety of the Irish Armed Forces.
Mm-hmm.
I will probably get lynched if I don't say HMS Dragon.
I was going to say, you do sort of have a ship you have to go for.
But if I can manage to avoid, the crowd with pitchforks and torches. That's a weird one. Actually, I probably wouldn't mind JS Isamo.
Oh, nice one.
Because I actually think she's a very pretty ship.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Kaga looks quite as good because she has the modified bow. But Isamo actually I think suits nicely. Oh dear, what's burning?
I know Paul Amos is a member for 43 months. So, best beat Rudon by 1 month. Literally, that's the next message. No, I can't really see on my system how long people have been members for, but I suppose if I go and... Potentially, if I go and get off one of the reports of the Antelope Alpha memberships, I potentially can see that, but I have to go work out. Take care, Peter Dawson. Dan, what would you like to be in command of?
Oh, so I'm now really torn because I was going to go for one of the QEs, but now I'm really tempted by one of the really nice Japanese ships, because we did see some really gorgeous ships and they do have good curry.
A Maya class would be lovely for you.
Yeah, I'll take a Maya.
Because they have that class are known for their good quality curries. They're the latest stages destroyers, and they have really good curries. Okay, Runon, what are you fancying?
So,
By the way,
Go ahead, Dan.
I think I win the membership thing.
58 months. Yeah, that's 2 months off 5 years.
Yeah.
Lions has done well in 43 months, but 2 months off 5 years, my friend.
Yep.
Okay,
so
what ship are you fancying?
if you take the current, I'm going to say inhabitants, of the White House and Pentagon out of the equation, I wouldn't mind being the captain on a Ford.
Mm-hmm.
I'd want to get really friendly with the chief engineer for the Ford. Not that I think I would have much of a choice but to get real friendly with the chief engineer, but barring that, I'll take a Anzac underwater survey vessel.
Ooh. You'd have fun with those.
Because it's non-combat. Australia and New Zealand are fairly left of center politically, at least to the U.S. perspective. I'm not likely to have to play bumper cars or get shot at.
Have you looked up the history of the Australian and New Zealand navies and just how militant and likely they are to get involved in wars?
Yes, but in the current time frame, and also it's a survey ship. If a survey ship is getting shot at, something has probably gone wrong.
Yeah, I do agree. All right. Blistine, how many fleet replenishment assets per number of frigates destroyers should a navy have in general? For example, Australia, Canada. It's how long is a piece of string? Okay, it depends on what you want to do. If you're just operating in your own local areas, you possibly don't need any, or maybe just one per coast in the case of Canada, or 3 or so wandering around for Australia. But if you want to operate further away, if you want to operate forward, then you have to consider that you're going to have to replace them on station. You're going to have to maintain a vessel on station, which means you start to have to go, right, then I need a certain number per station I want to maintain. So the answer isn't really how many assets do you need per number of frigates destroyers. It's how many stations do I want to maintain forward that a frigate or destroyer is going to be operating at, and therefore how many stations therefore do I need to keep these crewed. So if you want to operate your navy forward, you need more than a navy which operates domestically. So a navy which operates closer could be bigger but could need less than a navy which is smaller but operates further away. For example, Britain probably needs about twice the number of vessels it does in terms of RFAs because of the distances and ranges we project to operate at. and that's despite us having a smaller navy, but bigger than we used to. So it's really one of those things. Supply ships do not shrink with warship numbers. Supply ship requirements shrink with a reduction in commitments. And if you don't reduce commitments, you really shouldn't reduce your supply ships, and you really shouldn't reduce your warships either. As I keep explaining to people, I have no. If you want to reduce a navy, that's fine, but then cut the commitments. If you're cutting the navy but not cutting the commitments, then you're setting yourself up for trouble.
And I would also wager that part of it is how many offshore or overseas deployments do you want to have where you don't want to have to rely on your erstwhile allies for sustainment and supply?
Even then, it's better. It gives you a lot more operational freedom if you can keep the ship topped up with fuel outside at sea, because it allows you to maneuver far more freely. You don't have ships running low on fuel, and you don't want to be running low on fuel. You really. I've talked with. There are various different destroyer captains or frigate captains over the years, and they've had various different policies on how low they like their ships to get to before they refuel. And most of them are the theory of it's got to be a third to half full. They do not like their fuel supplies getting below a third or half full, because that then starts to limit their freedom of maneuver and ability to respond to events if suddenly the government requires them to, and they have to go, sorry, can't do that. Haven't got enough fuel. If they're at if they've got at least half their tank of fuel, they're doing a lot better. So usually, then you want to schedule the resupply when you're about down to. When you're down to sort of into that, and when you're down to that bracket, when you're getting towards, let's say, 60%, you want to be able to call up and start saying, "Can I reschedule resupply?" Get a supply ship in, and refuel. You don't want to get your fuel down that low, because if your ship's running on fumes, then you have problems. Thank you, Nelson. Shipbuilding plan episode. Thanks again. Pleasure. I'm glad enough people enjoyed it. As I said, I'll do more on it if people want me to. But as I said, it was originally scheduled. I keep scheduling lives for the Defence Investment Plan in the UK, and they keep not publishing it. It's now running months late. And so I just go, right then, I'm going to use those lives for other things which are going on, which are similar. It seems only fair. But it's just, it's probably going to get a few videos where I go, so this was supposed to be the video about the Defence Investment Plan, but that's still not come out. So we're doing this. We'll see if I manage to make it to the next French naval law, which is going to go through, which is going to outline their next procurement sections. We'll see if I've managed to talk about DIP before then. If not, that'll be the next one I'll be doing. There's also a few other sort of proposals, etc., systems going around, which I'd quite like to look at. The trouble is honestly, I'm worried about doing the Korean one because I'm worried about errors creeping in translation. I will have to get a friend to look at that for me, because I've got a friend who actually did his PhD with me, who now lives in Korea, and with his wife. And well, I will actually probably ask his wife to check my translations, because she's used to working out her Irish husband's translations of Korean, so she'll probably be quite good at working out my Englishman's translations of Korean and seeing if they're correct. That's my theory anyway. And she's married to a naval historian, so she's probably used to hearing a naval history chat. Oh, thank you for becoming a member as well, Nelson. Were there any naval battles fought on the River Plate in the period of 1820 to 1870? There were. I can't remember off the top of my head, but there were a couple of skirmishes and things, because basically it's one of those areas which gets skirmishes, but also it doesn't often get that many skirmishes because things get dealt with. Okay. Today,
significant. Sorry.
Carry on.
But from correctly, there's like 2 major riverine battles in the War of the Triple Alliance,
Mhm.
which is in the latter half of that period.
Yeah.
They're basically riverine monitors shooting at each other. Kind of cool.
Oh yeah, they have fun, and they like to ram each other as well. And they like to
Yeah.
get stuck on sandbanks, which are always moving in the area. And they like to go into the wrong port because they get confused with their navigation.
Yeah.
It's a fun thing. Is that where the German? That's where the German heavy cruiser sunk. Yes, I'm not calling it a pocket battleship. At no point. In a nice way, the Deutschland class were not pocket battleships. They are heavy cruisers. I know that. I know that. I know they do a lot of people have talked about them and called them that, but they are not.
But Doc, the historical record calls them pocket battleships. Therefore, they must be right.
That was the newspaper term, and also this is the other thing I will say on this one. I know I did nick it when I came up with back pocket cruisers for the tribal class and the description of them as back pocket cruisers. I know I nicked it. I understand I nicked it. But that doesn't mean I endorse it. Ploppy saying, Dracula mentioned... Dracula?
Yes.
Do you mean Drakenafel? Ploppy 708. Although, if you call... Dan, I think some people are now calling Dracula. So, all those in favour of the ship-shaped crew have now renaming Dracula. Say, eh? Yeah. It's now past. We will now be calling him every time we meet him. Dracula mentioned that the Bismarck had the option to refuel at sea after it broke down. How did German Navy refuel at sea? They had basically almost Hilton cruiser merchant ships, which were sitting around at sea and could do refueling. And then later in the war, those were replaced by milk cows. Especially adapted U-boats. So basically, they would slip out a merchant ship, and it would be like it would refuel, and it would wait in a certain area, and they would be able to refuel. Theoretically, there is the ability to refuel at sea. I don't think if there were any ships actually in the right place or actually available to use that to set that. There's a whole load of people in the chat across Twitch and YouTube currently putting AA for their change from Drag's name.
I think there might have been a ship in the kind of Arctic Sea, but not off. But after they went through into the Atlantic, I think the refueling ships were quite a lot further west.
Yeah.
The far side of Greenland, so it would have been hard for them to get to. In terms of physically how they did it, I assume they probably did over the stern.
Yeah.
As the sort of technical thing, as opposed to the sort of side by side.
Yeah. The trailing line approach is often the method, because what you do is you drop a rope on a buoy into the water, trail it behind you. They pick up the rope. They pick up the buoy and the rope, winch that ashore, and once they've winched that into position, then they winch over. A heavier cable, and once they've got a heavier cable on, then they winch over the pipe for to do the system.
Yeah, because it's basically it's the same as you would do for get towing, isn't it? Would be my thought. So it's the same technique you'd use for towing a ship. It's not going to be that different. Whereas the side by side technique is quite a sort of different prospect. I think. Would that be a fair thing to say?
I forget. Was alongside replenishment invented by the British or the U.S.?
The US are certainly the ones who popularized it in the Pacific.
From what I've been looking into, because others brought them, technically the first ones that were looking into it were the British, but we didn't. That was in World War One and interwar period, but then we kind of didn't do much with it because it was not necessary.
It was planned for the next generation of. It was actually planned and started to be fitted onto the next generation of fast oilers, but those were the same fast oilers which the lovely Winston Churchill ordered converted to amphibious warfare ships. Which is why we couldn't do anything with it.
Why is it that Churchill seems to take the place of Rumsfeld?
Because Churchill was very sure at that point we were only going to be fighting a war in the North Sea against the Germans, or potentially in the Mediterranean against the Italians. He didn't conceive of a longer war, and realistically, the British didn't need fast oilers for fighting in the Mediterranean or the North Sea, which you can actually agree with. You can see the point. You only really need fast oilers for the British if you're going into the Far East. And that's why they're a linchpin of the Far East War Plan. But of course, getting rid of them does send a signal to the Japanese, who are looking and tracking these things, going, well, now they don't have the ability to support or sustain a fleet operating out here.
Longtime viewers of Bruships may be entertained to know that my phone now always puts Rumsfeld after under in the suggestions box. Because apparently I use that turn of phrase so often now.
Mm-hmm. You're such a big
Thanks,
fan.
Obama.
I was going to blame Beth Bezos.
Seneca, is there a punishment where you send people to water ski off the ship, and if they fall, they get dragged with it? No.
Still holding back the steps.
And that's not a punishment. That was considered a treat. And yes, I do know people who did literally water ski beside ships.
Can you imagine water skiing behind a flank LCS?
That'd be fun. Bowman Boy, how useful could World War II style sea-based AA forts with interceptor drones, guns, or direct energy drones be in a modern conflict for defending the UK from drones? Okay. So, depending on how well armed they are, they could be quite well useful. Depending on how you can resupply them, and therefore keep up their magazines, they could be, again, is going to affect the utility. But there is the old problem that if they are not if there aren't bought in enough numbers and not supported enough, then you're going to find them getting overwhelmed, and once one's been overwhelmed, you're going to have a gap in your defences, and probably knowing the British government, if they put so much money building forts, they wouldn't buy the stuff inside the forts, because, what's the point? They're done. Calling it useless is a strong phraseology for it. It is probably easier to set up decent defences ashore to provide support for things. There is... the question I often have is, why are we still in this modern world depending upon the Royal Navy's destroyer force to provide our layered air defence for the United Kingdom? Them to sit behind the fighters and provide the air defence against anything which manages to drip through. Them to provide what limited, and I do mean very limited, ballistic missile defence that the UK actually has. I would suggest that you probably don't want to do it. Now, conversely, better than going for the forts, and if you want to do want to have an outer layer defense as well as some inner missiles, you do want to have you could go down the Japanese route, where they're literally building Aegis at sea ships, basically, that are to provide air defense and theater ballistic missile defense for the Japanese home islands, and are able to move themselves around, and of course come into port to rearm and refuel when they need to and restock. So I would say that's probably a more sensible route to go down, but that would require building those ships.
Bone Meal Boy is giving a mild clarification, saying that he wants missiles ashore and guns offshore.
The problem is with that is, again, if they're entirely gun-based systems, then the number you have to build goes up goes up even more, and how you're going to sustain them and where you're going to put them. And that's before we get into the trouble of, where we technically need to put one is going to be slap bang in the middle of a wind farm. Yeah.
And Walter Brodus, I am obligated to point out that in the strictest possible sense, the Maginot Line did work.
The Germans went round the Maginot Line. That's the trouble. The problem with the Maginot Line was that some politician had a bright idea of not paying for the end bit.
Yeah. And assuming that
the end bit was Belgium.
Yes.
And the Ardennes. But the Maginot Line in and of itself was not breached. It was just circumvented because they didn't build enough Maginot Line.
Yeah, it was literally... The Maginot Line actually worked. They didn't go through it. They went round it. The thing is, though, the idea was, we're going to make Belgium pay for a section. That's... in recent years, we've had people claim they're going to make a critical piece of infrastructure built by another nation. It never usually works out. They usually don't want to pay for it. And so then they did, instead of responding with the simple thing of, okay, well, if you're not going to build your bit, we're going to build our bit along your border. And so, yeah. And so they save money, so it didn't get built. So the section didn't get built, and that's the problem. The Maginot Line itself worked. It's the bit... Yeah, it's basically... The Maginot Line is a classic thing of being undermined by the people who were supposed to be supporting it. And even the Maginot Line itself was designed that it was not... the forts and etc. would provide the initial resistance and provide time for reserves to be mobilised and push up to help defend them. They weren't supposed to hold on their own. They were supposed to provide, basically, a hard outer shell that held you up long enough for the reserves to get to that sector and go, hello, have you met our artillery division?
French artillery.
Well, the point is, if you have enough forts, the drones can't go round them. That was the point. Now,
They'll find a way.
Yeah, well, they probably will do, but this is the thing again. If you're sitting there waiting for a system which is going to be 100% effective, you're never going to build anything, because no system's ever going to be 100% effective. In the end, this is one of the problems you get into, especially in modern defense and modern defense procurement, is people are very good at tearing down options and going, this won't work because it won't be 100% effective. And so they go, okay, so we can't build that. So what about this? And then someone else will tear that down. And then what about this? And they spend their whole time going around. It's kind of like the power station thing and what we should build for power supply debate. No one is better than taking down another power generation system than other power generation people. If you want to hear the best arguments against nuclear power and wind turbines, you turn to the gas people. If you want to hear the best arguments against hydroelectric power and nuclear power, you turn to the wind turbine people. If you want to hear, and you can go around them and they'll all do it. And it's the same with defences. And you sit there and go, the reality is you need a mixture of power supplies to have strategic security and power security, and you need a mixture of the defence systems to have actual proper security. And none of them are going to be 100% effective. And the great thing is the amount of times I get talked about Iron Dome, and I sit there and go, no, Iron Dome is very clearly defined to defend the areas which are critical and ignore the areas which aren't, which is why things do leak through, because they can't defend everywhere.
Yep. I would like to point out that my solution to Britain's energy problem hasn't been debunked yet, so it's perfect and we should do it.
What is it?
And that's to take all the unemployed people, we put them on exercise bikes that generate power.
If you pay them, you might actually...
So they're pedaling away, they produce electricity, they get paid, the country gets power, and gets rid of unemployment. Let's do it.
I am so certain this is the way a channel gets cancelled. Anyway, let's move on.
I have queso on my shirt. I'm having a queso emergency.
Mm-hmm. Harold Goodson, do you think German Navy will have some ships name some ships after people again? And if so, what are the safe names they can use? Safe names they can use? Probably ones from very far past or far more recent present. But even then, that's probably going to be problematic. They're probably going to want to avoid anyone who has not been dead for at least 40 years, but also probably won't want anyone who was around during the World War II period in case they caused issues then, and they haven't realised it. But basically, probably if they're going to name them after people, it would be very, very far past, People who they're fairly certain all the scandals for them have come out.
I know one name.
Okay, Seneca.
One name, Adenauer, the German Chancellor after World War II. He was in the resistance against the Nazis. He was a pretty scandal-free Chancellor afterwards, and he's pretty well liked universally. Yeah, the plane the German Chancellor rides on is named after him.
Yeah,
For
so
example.
and that might potentially could work. No. Channel. How would you rate the current state of Spanish shipbuilding compared to its 50 and 80 years ago? It's there. It's working.
I just came to say this. Sorry.
Yeah. Is Seneca gone? Okay. Alright. Yeah, the Spanish shipbuilding is doing pretty well. But it's not where it was. It's better than it was 80 years ago. But it was probably doing slightly better 50 years ago than it is today, realistically, if we're talking about it. Because of the various things. But they are churning out ships. The Spanish submarine program is having fun. If I'm not mistaken, it was... Oh, was it? Yeah, where is it? This class? Or which class was it? They did have some issues with their submarines. Most people have had trouble with their submarines because trouble is people keep restarting not building submarines and then restarting building submarines and having all sorts of fun with them. And this is a problem. Submarines are one of those things you need to keep working on and keep building. Which one of them? It was the Spanish submarines which had one which sank when it was not supposed to. When was
That's
it?
what we call a not good thing, isn't it?
Also, it's when you start to figure out that their diesel submarines were laid down. For example, if we consider the Isaac Peral, it was laid down in 2007. It's launched 14 years later in 2021 and finally commissioned in 2023. The second one took from 2009 to 2025 to be launched. So it actually went up to 16 years.
16 years on the stocks.
Yes. The Cosmo Garcia was laid down in January 2010. And the Mateo Garcia de los Reyes was laid down in 2011. They are not expected in service till 2028 and 2029. Which means the Cosme Garcia is not probably expected to launch till later this year at some point, so it'll be 16 years on the stocks. And the Mateo Garcia de los Reyes, probably 2027 it'll be launched. So, yeah. Their submarine program is having fun.
Their submarine program. I'm trying not to think quite how many generations of South Korean or Japanese submarines would be coming out between them laying down the first and commissioning the last. But I may run out of fingers on one hand to count them.
Why not use fingers on two hands?
Because the other hand is clicking around on a mouse.
That sounds like a skill issue.
Well, he's a doctor, which means he's around knives all the times. So it's body to assume he had more than 5 fingers thrown on. And it being sensitive.
I'm not that. I mean, I'm a bad surgeon. I fully admit that. I'm very much a physician, but I'm not that bad.
Yeah, you don't have the ego to be a surgeon.
I'm not as bad as like the man who achieved. It was the 300% mortality rate. Which is
Yes.
Yeah. Can I just ask something? Again, similar gentleman as suggested, Michael Mulligan has just managed to comment on one of my videos, and he's gone, actually, under UNCLOS, that's the United Nations Law of the Sea, a warship means a ship belonging to armed force of a state bearing the external marks distinguishing such ships of its nationality, under the command of an officer duly commissioned by the government of the state and whose name appears in the appropriate service list or is equivalent, and manned by a crew which is under regular armed forces discipline. Whilst that is technically correct as a definition of warship, that doesn't mean I'm going to consider something which is unarmed or is armed with a 30mm cannon a warship.
Also, I'm perfectly happy to sink something that belongs to a paramilitary force.
Yes.
Or which is under the command of a non-commissioned officer.
I think that's one of those scenarios where, in the nicest way, yes, you are technically correct, but you're also being technically stupid. Because the reality is, if you really are going to call something a warship, yeah, it's technically considered a ship of war, actually, not a warship, a nation's own ship. And it's a case of, yes, it belongs to that nation. Yes, it is technically a vessel of war and belonging to that nation. But it is also not a warship in terms of a combatant, if it is unarmed. Yes, it is. It's the OPV video. Michael is managing to prove himself to be... I sit there and look at it and go, you are a... I'm sure they are meaning this in very earnest ways, but no.
Oh boy, here I go killing again.
In reality...
Anyone we know or like?
Raiders, scavers, sandflies. Basically, I'm having a bit of a water storage issue right now, and they're the most efficient way for me to acquire more dihydrogen monoxide is to just, well, they're not really using their lives right now, so why not?
Oh, so it's very Dune, is it?
Yes, it's exceptionally Dune.
The spice must flow.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's not my fault that they are such a self-loading water system. I can't. I did not make them 70% water. And if they did not want to become a self-loading water system, then why are they 70% water?
It's their own fault.
Yeah, you know.
Two.
I'm kind of looking at Doc's expression in the Twitch stream, and he seems concerningly unperturbed.
I just thought I'd do a nice response. Because, yeah, it seems...
Okay, how badly detached is their head?
No, I said, I'm sure this is meant very earnestly, but whilst you are technically true in definition, in reality, if a ship is not armed properly, it has no justification being used as a warship in a war zone or anything like that. So I do not personally use that as my definition, because it is such a blanket and meant so to cover the various scenarios like the Altmark in World War II. It is not really practical. I felt that was the polite way of putting what I was thinking. Anyway. Loudwood, how does a Navy prepare for and operate during peace war if they have an excess of ships laid up in dry dock but can only afford to search these vessels during a conflict? A lot of training, and basically you're training your regulars to step up to a post usually above what they're currently working on, so that they are able to provide that capability when needed in wartime. Yeah. It's one of those scenarios where you do a lot of training, and you do a lot of training reservists usually. Because usually, if you've got the personnel to crew them in peacetime, in wartime, that means that you've got reservists. So basically, you're going to focus on your reservists and training your reservists as much as you can on both to work with the active service personnel, but also you're going to try and run the ships laid up as much as you can in terms of getting the reserves on them and seeing their components and working inside them, so they're familiar with the spaces, even if they're not operating them at sea.
Basically, you spend a lot of money on your reserves.
PDP 11 processor. 2026 build program 2 versus 3 submarines. Would Orca speed a missing third? Nope.
Has anybody done the math to figure out how many reservists you can have per active on a cost basis?
Depends what quality you want your service to be.
Yeah, it depends
Fair
on
enough.
a lot of how much time you're going to make them do training and all sorts of things.
Like, for example, I know this is land-based, but the Soviet Union had 3 levels of reserve.
Mhm.
And 3 levels of quality of the reservists. Where you had people who trained a day a week, and were still at military fitness levels. You had people who did monthly refresher training, and then you had the people who did yearly refresher training.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm aware throughout the 50s and 60s and early part of the 70s, every combat age male was that 3rd rank of reservist.
Yeah. There is a discussion going on about laser-guided rockets in the chat. I'm presuming that's because there's been a big announcement today that they've decided to fit laser-guided rockets as rocket pods to Eurofighters in the Royal Air Force to provide them with an anti-drone capability. And that's a major defence news, that they fitted the Eurofighters with rocket pods.
That
Why?
feels a bit old-fashioned, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm not certain I'd want to use laser guided rockets to try and shoot down a very tiny, very maneuverable system.
Well, why laser guided? Why not just a proxy fuse?
Well, I'm assuming there probably is a proxy fuse as well, but if not, that's...
I think
Because
because we have it's a system that we stuck on Apaches.
Yeah,
It's a system we have in stock.
it's a system which we are now sticking on Eurofighters.
it just
and
feels
it
a
uses
very
the-
low-tech, old-fashioned solution.
It allows the defence minister to get on stage, make a big announcement, and look like they're actually doing something.
And you can use is it the CR7V rockets? I want to say,
Yeah,
which
I've been around for
are
ages.
cheap as anything,
Yeah, and
as much as anything is cheap.
Yeah.
in defence.
This just feels like you're going back to the wire-guided RP rockets.
Pretty much.
yeah, and my feelings is
Now
going.
with
This is
slightly
about
more
25
modern
years
solutions.
after they should have fitted guided rockets for ground attack. Yeah. But yes,
Here's
we
the
are
thing.
not War Thunder.
Unguided rockets and proxy fused rockets never left.
No. Walter Brodus, the US Navy recently made a rule to ban aviators commanding amphibious ships. Really necessary? Look, it is and it isn't. In terms of the USN are trying to work out how they're managing, because they have a rule that aviators have to command carriers. And changing that rule is very, very difficult to impossible. And so there's a problem in that the largest surface ship you have is not open to your surface warfare officers. And to be honest, I think they're making amphibs this rule to try and make the surface warfare community happy that they can get something big. But, of course, this is the other advantage eventually when the battleships come in, because that means that's going to be a massively... if it's called a battleship, it's going to have massive status. Please, for my full views on the subject, please see the video from last Thursday, the live. on the
By
plan.
battle cruisers, are you talking? Sorry, by battleships, are you talking about Strike Cruiser 2025?
Look, they are called BBGNs. They're called BBGNs. They're BB guns.
I will believe it happens when they cut steel for it, not a moment before.
I'll believe it happens when it's launched. The Americans have got form for cutting steel and cancelling on the same day.
Usually, though, if they cut steel, they'll build one.
Tell that to Strike Cruiser. Please, tell that to Strike Cruiser.
It is a strike cruiser. And as I've said before many times, it is the strike cruiser. The USA have just given up trying to get something through called a cruiser, because every time they put a cruiser in front of Congress, it gets cut. So now they're calling it a battleship, because they tried calling it a destroyer with the Zumwalts, and look how that turned out.
Well, they also made a critical error, and
The Zumwalts weren't big enough or expensive enough. That's honestly the problem with the Zumwalts. They weren't big enough and expensive enough.
tied it to El Cheeto.
Yeah. Anyway, Knights of Gariphon. As to Argus class helicopter support ships would have given a lot of breathing room for the RFA. So why didn't they buy both? Because that would have cost money. That's an easy one to answer.
If you want to know why the British haven't done something, normally it's because it would cost us money.
Bob Sentinel, considering the Dreadnought and Invincible didn't have an armoured upper belt, and new classes ended up having them, only for them to stop, do you think the UK and other nations made the mistake of armouring the upper belt? Not really. Basically, you sort of... It depends on the idea of plunging fire, and you approach it, and for a while the plunging fire was coming in over the armoured upper belt made sense, and then it became armoured deck and sloped armoured deck, and you basically had almost a sort of armoured box appear around things. So, this is one of the things of the technology was moving quickly, and ship design was catching up with it as things were changing. But there's also such a volume of ships being built that it actually increases and accelerates the pace of technological change. So, because there are so many designs being built so quickly, this is, again, one of the problems with the Indefatigables versus the Lions. In any normal scenario, you wouldn't have had both classes being constructed by the British at the same time. They would have been building one class. But they're building both at the same time. That's not normal times. You're literally building a class which is already obsolete by the class you're building at the same time as it. You could argue something similar with Dreadnought and the Lord Nelsons, but the Dreadnought's a one-off and it's the testbed of what's to come, whereas the Lord Nelsons were the safety. That makes sense. There is no safety provided by the Indefatigables. John, would you say that Danish OPVs are currently the best of their type of commission? There's the Italian ones, the tiles, which are technically called OPVs. But they're kind of like the national security cutters. They are technically OPVs. I know there are people already trying to disagree with this on I'm going, actually no, look at their role, look at their construction, look at their duties, look at their armament. What are they? They all fit the OPV standard. That's what they are. They're just very big. And at a certain point, the FOWs and the national security cutters, they are kind of too big to be called OPVs, but that's what they technically are, because we have no other definition of it. There are also some very large Chinese and Japanese vessels, which are technically OPVs, and if I'm not mistaken, the Maritime Safety Safety Administration's Hyun 9 is 10,700 tons. And there's also the Haijing 5901, which belongs to the Chinese Coast Guard, which is 12,000 tons.
Jiminy crickets.
But those are technically patrol ships, technically offshore patrol ships, technically, therefore, they are OPVs, and 12,000 tons. And actually, the Chinese honestly call them OPVs. That one, the 12,000 ton one, is armed with a 76mm gun, some 30mm guns, some AA weapons, and a helicopter hangar. It is massive.
And people say that the Americans build them big.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, they're called the Zhaotao class cutters, I think they are. I think that's what they are. And they are
Chunky.
special. Very special.
Are they very special ed special?
They are basically designed for the South China Sea disputes, where their purpose is to turn up and swamp anything else.
So they all have icebreaker bows.
Not sure, but at 12,000 tons, if they don't have something like that, then I'm seriously worried about them, because they displace more than the Arleigh Burke class.
Will they be the Burke successor?
I doubt the Americans will employ them, but that's the thing.
I may have possibly ordered 5 guys to show up in a couple of hours.
Is that a euphemism type thing or a food type thing?
A food type thing.
Just checking.
Mm-hmm. And once
I have gay
again,
friends.
swing and a miss.
Just,
Okay, I'm
just because I had 2 people over earlier to discuss moving in, well, because I'm not here 4 days out of the week, does not mean I am finally getting inducted to the Hampton Roads area Greater Queer Polycule.
Okay, moving back to naval history quickly because I know where Dan's mind can go in this scenario, and I am shutting it down before his mind goes there. Carrot1151, how do you think the announcement of China cracking the lithium sulfur battery with its greater power density will affect future ship design power systems? We'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Lithium's not where it's at right now. Sodium.
Lithium sulfur batteries are they contain 2 things which are naturally not very good for you: lithium and sulfur. Sulfur is very, very bad for you. So I would say it's a theoretical possibility it could be interesting. But if it's going to have any effect, it's probably going to be felt mostly on AIP submarines, the SSK variety of vessels, rather than the SSN variety of vessels. But we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. I think myself, at the moment, most nations are heading towards power generation rather than necessarily stored power for their systems, because the trouble with stored power is it runs out and then you have to refill it. And again, if you're talking about practical warfighting scenario, you want to be able to, relying on stored power is a great idea for your initial first burst, but if you're not generating enough to keep everything going after that, it's not going to really help. So the actual size of batteries you need to carry are only batteries which are enough to power your systems immediately while you're churning things up. This is why I talk about the potentially the Defiant class, or Trump class battleships, depending on what you call them, potentially being combined nuclear and gas, because nuclear is very good if you keep it running at a constant load. Gas is something you can flick on and churn up very quickly. So you could have nuclear trickle charging and maintaining batteries that are a good top to cover, and then the gas turbines go boop, we're on, we're running the power, providing all the power, the extra power requirements by the lasers and everything functioning at full power, without you having to start mucking around the reactor. Now, theoretically, the reactors used, because they're going to use a Ford reactor, will give a huge amount of more power than is necessary, and can power everything. But, saying that again, churning up nuclear reactors quickly, and then having to cut them down, is occasionally, how do I put this politely, not good for the long-term life of that system.
Do they get overexcited?
Yes, it's not so much it's going to be a problem for, it's not going to cause explosion or anything, but it's not what you really want to do with reactors. Their chemistry doesn't tend to keep mucking around them.
Yeah, it's how you get some of the weird isotopes that are really bad for continued reactivity.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Polonium, how are you?
I don't have secrets of the past. What is...
Okay. Let's see. What if Admiral Nagano, the Navy Minister, when pressed about war with the United States, had said that Japan had only 50% chance of winning a war with America within the first 2 years, and little to no chance if the war lasted longer? Instead of remaining silent during discussion of the draft understanding in October 1941, would Japan have gone to war?
Yes.
Yes?
The odds are yes. The odds are he would have found himself assassinated. You have to, as I've explained many times, the people taking Japan to war didn't really care about their chances of winning or losing because they thought they'd already lost. They thought if they didn't fight a war, Japan had lost anyway and was going to be destroyed. At least if they fought a war, they had a chance of winning. They thought they were losing the peace. And they felt they were losing it badly enough that they had no chance of winning it. And this is the point I sometimes make about these things, is that Japan is taken to war not by people who expect victory, but by people who see war as the only chance of survival, because they see it, Japan is the really weird country in World War II. It's the only one which goes to war pretty much based on the idea it's going to lose. Because it's either guaranteed to lose in a peace, or it's going to lose. It could win a bit. It has a small chance of victory in war. And to be honest, as I said before, this is where the Americans have, to an extent, overplayed their hand in diplomacy, because they've given that faction that believes that untold strength because they've been so successful. And this is a point I sometimes make about conventional deterrence and conflict management, is sometimes you have to lose some of the smaller battles to win the bigger one without actually fighting a war. It's a really weird thing, but sometimes you have to go, right then, I'm not going to let this happen, or I'm going to cut down on Japanese supply of fuel, but I'm going to specifically encourage certain people to break that. So basically you turn around and go, okay, so America's not going to supply them with fuel or scrap iron anymore, that's fine. But we're going to go to, let's say, the Dutch and go, can you make sure you keep supplying Japan? So they're still getting some fuel. And that's the scenario. You've got to try and manage it, because if you give your opponent nowhere to go other than war or capitulation, how many people are actually honestly going to pick capitulation? Especially someone like Japan with their pride and their status. And that's the reality. That's the kind. It's sometimes a very hard thing, especially my students find it very weird, because we talk through reasons for warfare and war studies. We did quite a lot of discussion on, and why nations and the calculations, and they're looking at it, and they're looking at Japan, going, so they all knew this. Yes. They all knew the odds, they all knew the calculations, they all knew the reality of American industrial output, they all knew the reality of what they were facing. But they still went, yes, because they didn't see any other option. And realistically, if you're talking about Iran and some of the events that have happened about there, you could say that America's passivity over their issues when they shot down drones and various things in the recent years lulled them into a full sense of security that America wasn't going to do anything. So they could keep mucking around. And then this happened. And whilst America doesn't want to fight a ground war, so is ultimately cannot really dictate this in the way that would be necessary for them to get a success. They have, by any stretch of the imagination, have decimated Iran's capacity for doing a lot of the things which they traditionally could do in terms of military and combat power. And it's going to be a dirty thing to try and work it out and finish it off, because both sides have been forced into very hard, very firm corners. And to put it bluntly, at this point, the Americans are mostly using Iran for testing out systems and for getting rid of ordnance, which they'd have to pay for the destruction of anyway. Yes, there's a risk. Yes, there are problems, but it's a case of that's the situation they found themselves in. And that is putting it bluntly. And it always sounds terrible when you say it, but that's the blunt thing of what's happening. That's what happening in Iran amount. And again, you can get similar things with people where they don't look at the odds and they don't look at their stats because they believe them, they put themselves down certain holes. It's like the amount of times, if you listen to Russia and you talk to some source in Russia, they were absolutely convinced Ukraine would offer no resistance. They were absolutely convinced Ukraine would offer no resistance. It would be exactly the same as 2014. They would walk in, stomp over, be home by tea time. And that explains a lot of their planning issues, a lot of their stuff, and a lot of the people they lost, because they lost a lot of their very best people in the beginning of the conflict. One of the reasons why they've had the trouble to respond and develop as they have is because they lost so many of their very best trained troops and best formations were damaged or decimated in that initial period, because they'd come in underarmed, underprepared, not expecting to have to fight anyone. And you think about it, if you remember, there's a whole sort of those convoys being moved along the roads and how the Ukrainians would attack them, and they weren't moving in proper order. They weren't in proper convoy positions. They weren't in proper organisation. They were moving as if they were in already conquered territory, as if they were on a free drive. And that's a problem. So you have to be very, very careful. And I watch with other nations these days, and there are other nations which there are famous, they're sort of talking about certain things and going, oh, the X won't offer any resistance. X will just collapse. And that's the pride which goes before a very serious fall. It's the first planning assumption you cannot afford to make, that your enemy will just collapse. And it's a similar logic trap you go down as the Japanese got in before World War II, where they had no choice. As Stafford's putting it, honestly, yes, Russia in 2014 could possibly have done the whole Ukraine. 8 years earlier, they could have perhaps done it. It wouldn't have been nice. And it would have been logistically interesting, and they'd have run out of fuel, but they could have actually potentially done it in 2014. But 2022, they couldn't. Because the forces had changed. 8 years. 8 years of pretty much non-stop fighting and other stuff going on had changed the Ukrainian armed forces dramatically. And it's been a further 4 years since then, and they've changed even more.
8 years of organisation.
Yeah.
Because the Ukraine that gets invaded in 2014 had just got a couple of months before been through a revolution.
Yeah.
And you also have 8 years of all the people that may have fled Crimea while they were old enough to understand what was going on, but still children, to build up a grudge and shift the national identity to the point of they go no farther type thing.
Yeah. And you've also got 8 more years of military decay inside Russia itself.
Yeah.
It's hard going on the offensive. And it's harder when your enemy has had plenty of time to get ready.
Okay.
Because you've been grinding.
Yeah, carry on.
Revanche is one hell of a drug, especially for a defender.
Yeah. Right, with that being said, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what is the panel's opinion on this cruiser design I thought up? It would have 160 VLS cells, both 4.5, so 320 in total. The ratio is 60 anti-air missiles to 100 anti-surface. The secondary battery is comprised of 2 twin 6-inch autoloaders, 6 automolar 76mm across the midships, and 40mm Bofors. The power comes from a gas turbine system. You're running a little light on your anti-air. If you've got 320 VLS cells, I would expect at least half of those to be loaded with anti-air. I would actually, I would be sitting there going, probably, if you've got 320, I would be loading 160 with long-range anti-air and about 40 with quad-packed short-range anti-air to give me 320 surface-to-air missiles, and then I would be using the remaining 120 cells for my attack, because 120 VLS is more than enough attack power. Yeah. Now, but you know, what do you all think?
I mean, I like the spirit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm a big fan of lots of VLS tubes.
Mm-hmm.
But I would, yeah, I'd be thinking more anti-air than ground strike. And if I've got something that big, I'd be really tempted to try and look at one of those, sticking a bigger gun on for doing some of the stuff, because actually I still think it's a better idea in a lot of ways for having, you know, a volcano round. If the 5-inch can go out, what, 120 kilometers?
Well, you've got a 6-inch on there, so 4 6-inches, maybe make it
Yeah.
4 8-inches or longer, bigger.
Yeah, I mean, it would, that would enable you to upset people
Mm.
in
Yeah.
in interesting ways.
It's always fun to be able to upset people in interesting ways. Let's Foxo.
It does seem that the gas turbine system is very anemic for something that's going to be of this scale.
Yeah.
Because this is a wonky version of a CGN. And CGNs tend to be nuclear powered for a reason.
Well,
if you're running the systems for that many air defense missiles and the radars for that many guns.
Hmm.
And to move it at any particular speed, you're going to want a reactor or two.
Yeah. I would say and this is going to sound strange again, but if you consider the Queen Elizabeth class carriers are gas propulsion, so you could make it work with gas. Nuclear power is probably sensible if you wanted to operate as a long-range cruiser and wander around, but yeah.
I've picked up on the concerns about nuclear in terms of people not letting you in their harbours as a
Yeah.
worry. And for a presence ship, which this is going to be a big presence that will turn up and smile sweetly at people, I want to be able to sail into their harbours and show them my big guns.
Also, I'm having. I just did the normal thing I do sometimes when I'm live doing one of those modern histories, going issues in modern armed forces, and just tapped it into see what the Twitter world is doing on this stuff. And someone has just flashed up that apparently South Korea is having issues because their soldiers keep going on leave and getting plastic surgery.
Wait, my brain just tuned into Dr. Clarke saying I'm getting plastic surgery
No,
and is missing all of the context that preceded that.
no, not
No,
me.
you did.
It's the South Korean armed forces. Apparently, their troops keep going on leave and getting plastic surgery.
Yes, I saw something about that.
What I want to know
wait.
is here's the thing: is they are paid enough; they can afford plastic surgery.
Wait. Are you sure this isn't a wage fraud scheme? You enlist with one face, you get plastic surgery, change your face, dye your hair, then you enlist again and you get paid twice.
As I recall, it's actually due to different things which are a more problem in the current climate in Korea.
Yeah. Right, nice agreement. If the USN doubled down on the LCS and went for a planned fleet of 36 free and 36 independence class literal combat ships, how much worse off is the USN? Well, they're not worse off. They've got 72 assets to wander around the world and do various things. They're just not particularly brilliant for all the time. They're not able to do task group role, and they'd just be forward presence and wandering around assisting. It's more a case of they've got something which is not particularly great for what they want and they needed to do, but they've got 72 of them, so they'll work it out. It's not worse for the USN. It's the USN then has 72 LCS to make use of. Water Bros.
Yeah. If they fix the glaring faults with LCS, like putting on the right species of cathodic protection for saltwater operations, they're probably very happy they have those assets right now.
Yeah, they're probably quite useful wandering around. What about us? Argentine Air Force has finally retired the Air Force Skyhawk. Does anyone else have a naval aircraft at all in service? I immediately thought of the ties, but let's see. So the Skyhawks were developed in 1950s, early 1950s.
I'm continuing my campaign for the Royal Navy to readopt the ferry swordfish.
No.
It'll work.
Basically, the Brazilians have them in operation still. And a few people still use them as aggressors. I don't think anyone else realistically is operating something of that age. In terms of that age group. Information. What is your point of view of the new USV iteration on new school approach? That once again people are getting swept up in a media hype, and it sounds really cool, and it sounds like it's going to save money and provide a solution to all your problems. The trouble is, we have form in this scenario. As said, the answer to the Junicol approach was rapid firing guns. The answer when they were going to put explosive shells into cannon and use them as small ships to guard and destroy big ships was the big ships carried more cannon with more explosive shells. That was simply it. It's a case of, yes, your little boat has got one. I'm firing 100 of them. We'll see which one gets closer to who. Iran's not operating as F-14s anymore, I think. From memory, they no longer operate. I seem to remember an article eulogizing them. But when we talk about the USVs, it's a case of, again, you're sitting there going, okay, so it's a small boat. Yes. Which is going to attack a large ship. Yes. And has anyone considered the solution to this before? Yes. We've been through this before. It was rapid firing guns. They keep trying to come with ways of going, okay, perhaps we can do this and this and this and this. And the answer is fit rapid firing guns. But no one wants to... Again, this is a problem. A few years ago, the UK government went for a scenario where it was anything but BAE. Anything but BAE for procuring. And at the moment, I'm seeing it with some of the ships being, ship designs around the world coming in. The moment you mention, well, how many rapid-firing small guns are you putting in? Oh no, we're going to put lasers. Okay, yeah, that will probably work for some of the smaller UAVs at the moment, and once they get more powerful, yes, some of the larger UAVs and some missiles coming in, certainly. But what about the boats? And what happens if it's in adverse weather conditions which knock back your laser's effectiveness? I.e. heavy rain. Something not exactly unknown of. No, not soon. And I get told, oh no, that doesn't really affect modern lasers. And I said, okay, doesn't it? Well, it reduces it could reduce their range, because you see it makes the sky more dense, sky denser, and there's potentially there's the other things it can affect. And he said, okay, yeah, the atmospherics, the charge in the air, all these things can have an effect on lasers. Yes, when you're trying to project them out at the range we're talking about, and maximum range. So it just fits some rapid firing guns. Okay.
I mean, if you're really clever, what you do is you make sure that your mounting for your rapid fire, for your lasers, will also take a rapid fire gun.
Or your rapid fire gun mounting will also take it when you upgrade your to lasers that are, a few generations down the road.
It's not that people think lasers are a bad thing. It's just we don't know when they're going to come, and people might start shooting at us sooner than then, and that would be bad.
Okay, information mimic. I'm sorry, I'm going to shoot your whole point down. Pros of USB: it can be anywhere without presence of a massive warship anywhere near. As long as you've got the satellite communication system set up to control it, and as long as it can operate in those waters, because let's be honest, when we're dealing with the deep Atlantic and the Pacific, the waves are very, very high, and the small boats tend to go glug, glug, glug. But we're leaving that to one side. Now, then you can carry on from the fun stuff which they carry on with, go, okay, so you have to fit these guns to these ships. Again, you look at the cost of the big ships, you look at the cost of the guns, it's not really that much, and again, this was the experience where people went, well, we're going with the Tudor call, we've got torpedo boats, they're going to be many times cheaper than a battleship. Yes, but if your battleship has enough 3-inch guns which are a lot cheaper than your torpedo boat, then they can chew through them. And this is the real problem we've got coming up with USVs. It's going to be the communications network, it's going to be how much freedom of operation you give them, because, let's be honest, if you give them complete freedom of operation, then that reduces your data burden. But if they then sink a merchant ship, who is responsible for it? And who's legally responsible for that is going to be a whole interesting discussion, because it goes up to, potentially, whoever's the command authority who issued them the command. And if they've been sent off hunting on their own, with no captain in command, then technically their authority goes to the admiral, who would go, well, I was given the tasking by the politicians. And that's a big fun for people with USVs, is who's going to be responsible if they sink the wrong thing. So that means you're going to want slightly tighter control on them, which means you are going to want satellite communications and updates going backwards and forwards, which is going to take up satellite communications time, and that is a whole load of data.
Yeah, and it's not like since, the 20s, there hasn't been a whole schools of warfare about interdicting enemy communications.
Yes, and also it's the whole thing about these USVs is hacking, jamming, generally trying to take them over, capturing them. They're all problems. They're all potential issues, and it's something we have to deal with.
Because
again, information. You're presuming. I don't know where you're getting off the pricing. You're presuming that it's going to cost the ships more to be defended than the ships to attack them. It's not necessarily going to be that way. Because, again, your USVs, once you start getting into the bigger ones which can go in deep water, get really expensive really quickly because of the amount of computers and systems they have to have on them. And, again, the defences on the ships are quite easy to get.
Yeah, and you're also assuming that the first strike will work for the USVs. Not that you're going to have to keep going after them.
Information mimic. The trouble is you're going, 20 to 30 kilometers of fiber optics are a reality. They are a reality now. But the thing is, most strikes we're talking about in terms of warships, they're operating 200 plus miles off the coast. So So A, that's a lot of ocean to cover, and B, if you've got a fibre optic trailing around that far out at sea, what happens if a trawler wanders through it? And snaps you a fibre optic. Or a large fish.
Even modern fiber optic, when you're talking about fiber optic that can be spooled and contained reasonably in 10 plus kilometer lengths, you're talking about a very delicate cable.
And I know Ukraine is currently using them, and so is Russia, and they're using them for some of their strikes. So sometimes you get battlefields which look like large spiderwebs. But the thing is, that's kind of working in that scenario because of what they've got going on in that scenario. And the mobile nature of the sea and the way things are wandering around, if you have them flying as cables along, then it could be a ship's mast or something, so they have to fly higher, which means the higher they fly, they're more likely to get to seen. And it's the thing is, a lot of these scenarios can be worked through. I'm not saying it's impossible to do them, but I'm saying the complexity that adds on, it's going to increase their expense, which then means that basically it doesn't work out as necessarily the prices are constantly on one side's argument. And again, we go back to the torpedo boat scenario, and we see when people actually tried to run Junicol against ships which were prepared for dealing with them, it was kind of an annihilation of torpedo boats. And if you can go back to the earlier versions of Junicol and the earlier sort of the idea of high explosives again, it was annihilation of those ships. Because if they're fighting warships which are larger, which have the space for these systems to be put on them, and have the systems fitted, then they usually just go, okay, so I just turn on the 76mm onto auto, or I turn the 4.5-inch or 5-inch onto auto, and it starts blasting in pieces. If they're large enough 5-inch shells will deal them, that's fine. Now, the undersea ones are an interesting one, but again, I've already talked about how they've got for 5-inch, 4.5-inch guns as well, shells which are basically depth charges. And you start dropping patterns of them in the direction of where you hear funny noises. You don't wait for confirmation, you drop them in the direction of hear funny noises. And if something gets through, it's going to get through probably damaged.
And additionally, while this is informed speculation, or as some people would say, a swag on my part, the downside of USVs, especially larger USVs, is that they're not like a Predator or a Reaper or Global Hawk, where they are by their nature small enough that everything can be accessed from the fuselage. You may have to have a certain amount of volume that is set aside so that you can maintain these things, which is going to add cost because your pressure hull is going to be bigger, your C-frame is going to be bigger, you need more power to shove that bigger hull through the water, you need bigger ballast tanks because it all spirals up on top of each other.
All right. And to answer your second point of information, what about uncrewed undersea surface systems? Again, you still need to command and control, so they're going to be limited length for the wire. And wire-guided torpedoes have been a thing for a long time. And torpedoes are under threat, so we've been something we've worked on. We've worked on anti-torpedo torpedoes. The Israelis are really ahead in that area. We've got various systems we use for dealing with them. And also, again, the thing has always been to take out the submarine, take out the launcher. Take out the command and control platform. That's always been the way. It's the same with dealing with aircraft and missile attack. If you take out the carrying aircraft, it's far better than taking out the missiles. It's far more efficient. And if you're you're talking about doing commerce interdiction. That requires the enemy ports be close enough in range for you to reach them and interdict them, and the sea lanes be. And again, the Straits of Hormuz is a really good example of an actual naval choke point where this works. The Black Sea is a good example of a very geographically defined area, again, with one way in and one way out, the Dardanelles, where it works. Because it is a defined area. And once you're talking about getting onto the Atlantic, once you're talking about getting on the Pacific, it becomes far more difficult to implement. And then when you're talking about shore defense, again, that's something. But if I'm sitting out 200 miles out and you can reach out 30, 40 kilometers, then fine. You can do that. You can sit at 30 to 40 kilometers from your shore all day long. I'm another sort of 100 to a couple of 100 kilometers away from you. So I'm just waving at you because you can do nothing to me. And that's the problem. It's a case of it sounds really cool when you're putting it out there and people show the graphics and things, but it's when you start to work through the practicalities you go, okay, so this is possible, but I have to come up with a way to do it. So basically, what comes up with uncrewed USVs, uncrewed undersea sea submersibles, is usually you go, okay, fine, I'm going to have to launch them from something. It's going to have to be a submarine, or it's going to have to be a torpedo boat, or something like that. I'm going to push them through.
Well, I mean, a lot of the problems with all of this comes from the fact that we can all sit here and come up with clever ideas, but fundamentally, you have a lot of people who are clever and know this stuff better and are to the point where they are paid for it, and they are actively thinking about it as well. So,
information
they will think of counters for whatever you're coming up with.
And information I want to point out the last point. You said one last point. Didn't the new school force ships to slap secondary and tertiary batteries before producing specialized ships just for that? I mean, isn't it sunk cost already? You can argue that, but also the new school got defeated by that. Basically, the people who were trying to adopt the new school after the secondary and tertiaries, secondaries and tertiary batteries and other things put on, basically gave up and had to go through the very expensive thing of reintroducing the old school. And most of the stuff which you're talking about, having those extra layers on them, was a useful way to make sure it didn't work. And because those systems were also useful, let's be honest, no one's going, torpedo boats aren't useful. But torpedo boats are useful as part of a balanced force. Hence destroyers and evolved and end up being part of the balanced force because they can deal with other torpedo boats, other destroyers as well, and also be used to attack the enemy. So they're part of a balanced structure. They become part of a balanced structure. I'm not saying USVs aren't going to be useful. I'm saying they're going to become part of the force structure, but they're not going to be wonder weapons that win all wars and you don't need to build anything else. You don't need to think about it. That's not the reality of it. And that's the trouble. A lot of the media is going, oh, we can go down this route and we only have to go down this route, which is what the new school did. The new school said, we can go down this route. We can have our armoured cruisers for commerce raiding and our torpedo boats will annihilate the enemy battle fleet and stop them being able to blockade us and then we'll be fine. And that wasn't actually the full thing of what the new school was supposed to be about from the military side, but it's how the media especially interpreted, and it's how the politicians pushed it through, and a lot of people who wanted to be far more important in the military went along with it. And the trouble is, the reality is that built an unbalanced fleet. And as I keep returning to, if you build an unbalanced force, expect to lose. Building a balanced fleet tends to be the best methodology for succeeding, unless you're in specific scenarios. Again, when I was talking about Singapore's class, of their what are they called? Are they called the Invincibles? Their patrol boats the other day. There is a reason those patrol boats work very well for them. It's because of the Singapore Straits and it's because of what they therefore control. If you have control of a global naval maritime choke point, then yes, that sort of system can work well for you in controlling that. But if you're not lucky enough to have that as part of your national backyard, you need to go further and you need to start thinking more. And in the case of Singapore, they do actually go further than that. They do have bigger and more powerful ships than that. And also, one of the other things I would like to point out is that most of those secondary and tertiary guns were already being fitted to ships anyway. It's the quantity which went up. They were already being fitted them just in case something like that happened, and they just added on more. So it's really not that much of a problem. Yeah. It's in the Independence class, yeah. Independence class. Thank you, Matthew Keeling.
Let's get a word in quickly.
Yeah.
And it's something that irritates because it always comes up with USVs. Fiber optic cables capable of operating underwater, especially in salt water, are not the same fiber optic cables that you can use on land and use to control a UAV. They are significantly less disposable.
Mm-hmm.
They're a lot more expensive and a lot heavier. And unless you're going for a much more powerful transmitter on the other end,
mm-hmm.
which has to go both ways, you're looking at a cable that's quite literally 3 to 4 factors bigger than your land-based cousin, just in insulation and salt proofing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a lot more expense for the same 30 kilometers of cable.
Yeah.
Remember, kids, salt water is liquid hate.
All right. So, to answer Blustein's question, what is or is there one plan for Aegis system replacement? It's basically next generation Aegis. They just keep improving the standards of Aegis. For Wayne, you are the prof. You should expect those sort of questions from us. Maple swirling maniacs. Yes, but the thing is, there is a reason that's not putting into the options for people to vote for. And for information mimic, it's not like forcing a man to wear chainmail to prevent a potential knife when the main concern was bullets. I know that's sort of an idea you can put out there, but it really isn't. Because what you're talking about is going, okay, so we're expecting to be attacked. It's basically wearing chainmail when you're expecting to be attacked by a dozen knife wielders. Because that's the point about USVs. The whole point about them is they're going to be a volume attack. They're going to be a mass attack. If you're sending a single USV versus a single destroyer, I'm sorry, that's not a fair fight. That's 5-inch gun, engage, goodbye. If you're sending 20 to 30, that's when you're starting to see the things. And so once you get a sort of up to 50, 60, 70 systems coming in at the same time, that's when they're starting to need the 76mm. That's when they're starting to need the full the individual weapon structure. But also, you could be dealing with, at that point, you're probably dealing with someone who's coming in a task group strength, in which case you're going to have multiple ships engaging it. Which means you need to go even higher. But, that's the reality of what we're dealing with. And I'm going to quickly put people the panel onto the tier 7 from channel question because of what a warships question. While I quickly go and deal with apparently a poodle who's refusing to come in, so I'm going to go grab him from the garden. Which tier 7 coal cruiser would you recommend to buy in World of Warships? I leave that to my panel quickly while I go pull a poodle in from the garden.
Neither. Your tier 7 options for coal cruisers are the USS Flint and the Russian cruiser Lazo, and neither are great. Flint suffered hard with the commander skill point changes and how the IFHE change occurred. She can still be fun, especially if you like Atlanta-class cruisers. Flint is a very good one, and also provides you a rare utility that's almost unheard of for American ships. Smokescreen. Yes, this
Sorry
is
about saying torpedo there, but...
Wait, we get smoke?
Yes, on like 2 cruisers. Your destroyers get it, as usual, but I think off the top of my head, only 2 American cruisers do, which are the USS Flint and USS Anchorage. Though, Fox actually brings up another good point. Flint actually has usable torpedoes. I believe she has a 9.2 kilometer range torpedo, which is good.
But her armament is anemic.
She's an Atlanta, which has had her wing turrets removed for extra stability. She does get unlimited defensive AA, however. She keeps that trait from Atlanta, which is nice. As your other option is Lazo, which... Yay, 12 6-inch guns. It's very mediocre at this point. It's a Russian cruiser, so it gets short-range torpedoes. It's not very good at turning. It does get rapid takeoff spotter, but... Well, if you're having to rely on using a spotter plane to increase your range in a cruiser, you've got other issues.
You have a lot of issues then.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on, fuck.
And she's got the same issue as Flint, because I think I've actually got her. And that's the fact that she is very fragile.
Yes.
A little unknown truth is if you use cheese to lure a dog in from the garden but don't actually unwrap the cheese, you don't have to pay a cheese tax in their presence because it's not eating it in their presence.
Somebody please contact the Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals and let them know that Dr. Clarke is torturing one of his fluffy companions.
We'll get back to this in a sec.
I'm trying to help his diet by not giving him cheese.
Go on, Boxo, sorry.
Both Flint and And the Russian one
Lads,
are lads that are very fragile, which in Tier 7 isn't particularly bad. The issue is that they meet Tier 8.
meet Tier 9s.
Yeah, but Tier 8 is where you start to get cruisers with actual durability again. And they just sort of run flat against the wall by a Tier 8 cruiser.
Now, my counterpoint to this would be, don't go for a Tier 7 coal cruiser, go for a Tier 8. Yes, they're a bit more expensive, 110k versus 75k / 120k, but you now get different options. You now get HMS Nottingham, or the Russian cruiser Dmitry Provazeski, or however you pronounce that. And she differs vastly from her cousin, because she gets AP only guns, which can be very good. She also has a short burst smoke screen, which means you can get into cover if needed. Also, much better rudder, so while she's still fragile, she now has the tools to play around that fragility.
Mm-hmm.
And HMS Nottingham is glorious. Go on, Foxy, it sounds like you had something to say first.
Nottingham, the worst Armadale.
No, it's not. It's way better than Albemarle. Albemarle's literally the worst Tier 8 cruiser in the game, Foxo.
No. Okay, before...
Not quite, but
No, it actually is.
Right.
I would raise the Commonwealth version.
To add some stuff to context, yes, these are the Cathedral City little mini cheddars you can buy. They're 83 calories. They're fairly decent for protein in terms of quantity,
cheddar.
and they are lovely. They are a really nice British cheddar.
Cheddar.
And in answer to questions of why the doggy didn't get them is because he is supposed to be on a bit of a diet.
Cheddar. Diets can be subsumed for cheddar.
Yeah.
Now, to OMG, hello. Oh my god, hello, 1450. If when the Royal Fleet Auxiliary sort out the manning situation, fleet-wise, are they in a better state than the Royal Navy currently? Not their ship. Their individual ships are. Their numbers are not, because the government has been merrily selling off tankers like the Wave class and various other things to. Well, actually, they thought they did a great thing. They sold the tankers to NATO to operate them. Basically, they've given them to a private company to operate on behalf of NATO. So that they are, and that the private company now pays their sailors more than the British government pays the Royal Fleet Auxiliary sailors, and then the government didn't understand why that caused issues. But that now means those two tankers are no longer on call for British ships. Primarily, they're on call for NATO, and yes, it's going to help NATO allies out, but it means that we don't have access to them. In answer to Walter Brodus' question, Gerald Ford has finally returned to the United States. What's the longest Royal Navy ship deployment in modern era? The longest ones are definitely to the Vanguards, the submarines, and they had long deployments. Their deployments have been really, really long. But potentially also, we have some quite long deployments in terms of sending our ships around the world. The task groups going to Japan, etc., and some of the ships going out long times and coming back. But also, the British do a lot of, if you consider OPVs, we're doing a lot of rotating the crews at a large range from the UK, which you can do with an OPV and a frigate or a destroyer. Its crew is small enough. You can't really do that with a aircraft carrier the size of the Ford. So realistically, yeah, it's probably one of the major task group deployments. Is the closest we've got to that. But there was one a few years ago where we sent. Believe it or not, we sent 2 Type 23s, 2 Type 45s, an Astute-class submarine married around the world, Queen Elizabeth class carrier, and some auxiliaries, and we had allied ships as well in that task group. It was a massive deployment. Raleigh does think he should be on a seafood diet. He really does. But now, Bomeo Boy, and this is one I'm going to ask the panel first before I get involved. How well would a half-pay system for shipyard workers be useful in retaining technical expertise experience in periods of low shipbuilding, high competition? How uses modern half-pay generally?
Useless.
For the type of roles that you were talking about, absolutely useless. if I may.
Yeah.
Go on.
Anyway,
Carry on.
Currently I am organized into IBEW, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, which is the U.S. and Canadian Electricians Union. I am currently working out of Local 26, which is basically the western half of Virginia and most of the D.C., Maryland, and Virginia area. My current pay rate is $59.50 at my current job an hour. If they decided that my employer decided that they wanted to move me down to my home local, which is in Newport News, Local 1340, I would take a 40% pay cut about that. There are plenty of open calls in Local 26. I'll just take another Local 26 call and keep the $59.50. For a lot of these guys that are working in shipyards, they're also in a similar position. Union steel workers are in high demand. Pipe fitters, steam fitters, boiler makers, they're all in high demand. They'll just take another call to get to keep that full paycheck.
To answer Information Mimic's question of why not have shipyards do side jobs in metalworking to keep workers occupied with work, they do try that. So shipyards mostly do, but there aren't many projects which require the capabilities the shipyards bring or the costs that comes with those capabilities.
Yeah. Basically, in order to do that, they have to be government subsidized.
Mm-hmm.
Because usually the only way that a shipyard is going to be using its full employment roster is if it's building hulls. And if it's not building hulls, there's only so much side work that you can do to keep everybody happy.
Yeah, and basically, it's fun. Okay, Dan?
That they actually basically did do that in World War II. Except the other way around, because it was things like people who built bridges who took up the shipbuilding in the places like Wisconsin and other places like that. So it's more that it goes the other way round.
Mm-hmm.
Was my thought on that one.
Yeah, basically, if you want to keep your skilled, trained shipyard workers working in the shipyard, you need to keep the shipyard busy building ships. And whether they're civilian or naval vessels, as soon as the work dries up, yeah, there are some people who will just grit their teeth and stick around because they've got family or whatever in the area that they don't want to uproot. But there's a reason that the most common certification across trades is journeyman. It's not stay-at-home man, it's journeyman. They will get up and leave.
And whilst we're in this discussion and all talking as in terms of shipyard, it's worthwhile talking about the Babcock situation moment. In that, people are currently upset because they've admitted that the first two of the class were built out of order. A, there were changes made in the Type 31 design. B, it was the first time they were building them, and they were making a block. It's compiled by blocks, and the order they thought would work and worked according to all the simulations, guess what? Had issues working in reality, so they've changed it. And it's going to sound strange, but I actually like a company admitting it got it wrong and not continuing with a methodology, insisting it was correct. They've made changes, they fixed it, they're doing it, they've got a new methodology and it's working better. That's a good thing. That's what you want people to do.
Yeah.
But the moment the way people are going on about it, you'd think it's the worst thing known to mankind for this company to do this. And I'm sitting there going, no, I would rather they actually work it out and get it working than keep building by a bad methodology. One might save them face and make them be able to claim they did everything right, but I would prefer them to fix it.
Are you expecting humility from corpos?
Basically,
no, but I'll reward it whenever I see it.
Information: the way to drive costs down is to actually increase procurement numbers, because one of the biggest costs on modern ships is the research and development to develop the systems for them, and new systems, etc., and get the systems to integrate and work. Once you've paid those costs, the costs then go down in procurement. It's kind of like with the Type 45s. It's $6 billion. The whole program costs $6 billion for 6 ships. So they're called billion-pound destroyers. But the reality is, if you build another 6, those 6 vessels will probably come in at roughly 300 to 400 million each. Let's say 350 million pounds each, right? Still a lot of money, but that's 2.1 billion or let's say 2.4 billion on the cost, and then it's 8.4 billion for 12 destroyers, which works out at 750 million. If you added on another 6 after that, built to the same design, well, then you'd have probably those would have been slightly cheaper still. Maybe would have reached the bottom of about 300 million or something. It's going to be there's going to be inflation as well, and just it works out to that. But let's say they get to that. You then have 18 vessels, and you would have paid, let's be honest, 1.8 onto 8.4 is 10.2 billion for 18, which takes it down even in cost. You're practically paying 500 million per unit at that point, once you've averaged in the costs of the research and development. So this is one of the problems you have. The costs of the ships sound a lot, but that's because they keep cutting the numbers when they're supposed to be procuring more. So obviously then defense companies have to front load the procurement. One of the reasons why the American ships look cheaper is because the American Navy's building so many, they don't need to front load the costs. They can put the costs on as they go through the larger numbers of ships.
There was a comment that I wanted to, but yeah, basically, I would much rather have a contractor of any stripe admit when they may have messed up a little bit than try and bury it.
Yeah.
Because, as my father's fond of saying, the truth always comes out.
Yes.
Usually at the most inconvenient possible time.
Yeah, it does.
At the
It's
risk
a
of
case of
sounding like...
sorry to answer again information because you keep putting these interesting points in the chat, but don't aren't submitting questions yet. Something is.
Oh yes.
You need to.
Sorry. Speaking of.
You do need to submit sort of certain questions, certain ships, in terms they need to be specialised to an extent. Like, if you want something which is orientated around anti-air warfare, it's got to be larger. It's got to have a lot more power generation. And it doesn't necessarily need to be as quiet or rafted to the extent of an anti-submarine warfare ship. Usually it's got to be slightly faster because it's got to manoeuvre more and it's got to be able to track itself around a bit on that one. An ASW ship has got to be better in terms of sound system. You've got to excessively go through the sound to make it as quiet to make it as quiet as possible. That, by the way, one of the reasons you're making the frigates as quiet as possible, let's say Type 26 as quiet as possible, isn't because of the attacking the enemy submarines trying to detect them and attack them. It's because the quieter you make the frigate which is operating, the better their own sensors are going to work at picking up the submarine. Because they've got that much less noise to deal with, because the frigate is always going to be closer to the, let's say, the towed array sonar than the submarine you're trying to hunt. So it's a case of you almost want a system where you are producing realistically two or three designs constantly, and one is a light purpose maritime security sort of asset, which can also be used for minesweeping, mothership, and those things. You want an ASW frigate, and you want a destroyer, and you want some commonality between your destroyer and your frigate, preferably, so that you can feed off them in terms of their numbers. So maybe they both use the similar engines systems and all those things. So you can work these things through. So there's commonality between them, whilst they have different hulls. I've talked about this before, in that the hulls are actually the easy thing in many ways to change. It's the systems which are the things you need to really scale up the production of in order to reduce the cost of.
Doc, you have possibly only one remaining question in the magazine, so I don't know if you want to reopen or how many you want to take. Paul has been pestering me quite politely about poking it. Dark Stars, the queue has not reopened quite yet.
We'll
I know that because
when it's working, we will take in another 10, but I'm going to wait for the computer to tell me that it's actually live before I put it up. So wait for the computer to tell me it's actually working.
You will see a message from Dr. Clarke's account saying that questions are open.
I will change the screen. I'll change the screen to live.
That too. Okay, game. You said go to this place and do this thing. I've gone to this place, but you're not letting me do the thing.
Yeah, and I typed in the open into Twitch. It said to open up, and Paul's typed into YouTube. So now the poor computer's going to get confused and be delayed. Oh, a way here happens.
Good.
Right then. So that should.
Okay, the bot's awake at least.
The bot is awake, and I think it's working. Yeah, I'm still gonna get Dark Stars. It won't be picked up by the bot, but if you just copy and paste it in again, it'll be picked up now because it should be working now.
Yep, there.
Yeah.
It's mostly awake. It just caught up.
No, for some reason on YouTube it's telling people the queue is currently closed still. On Twitch it's working. Questions
There
are
it goes.
now,
It woke up now.
It's now fully awake. It's now fully awake. So please to copy and paste again. I do apologize, Dark Stars. Yeah.
Yes, there's latency on YouTube for reasons we do not understand.
YouTube is
I blame
YouTube.
Google. I blame the Google.
Frank, if someone can take Frank Spadado's question and put it in correctly so it comes up in the system, that'd be really good. And Frank's done 2 questions now, and he's atting me, and that doesn't help because the bot doesn't pick it up. Then.
Yeah, I am currently being a desert themed vampire.
Okay. 9681. If the Royal Fleet Auxiliary bought both the contender class Argus helicopter support ships, would Engadine be a name considered for the second ship? Potentially. It's unlikely, but it's a possibility. Honestly, they used Argus. They might well go with. I was thinking they might go with Vindex. They could go with Argus and Audacity. Audacity was sunk in World War II, but no, that's fine. The other one they go with is Archer or Avenger. Potentially it could be Argus and Archer. But, I think they'd probably go with an A name rather than an E name to make the class sort of seem more uniform. Right. And when the conflict in the Middle East does end, and the questions are now closed.
It's possible for the conflict to end?
It can do. When it does end, how does
the heat death of the sun?
When the conflict in the Middle East does end, how does a nation like Iran go about rebuilding their fleet? They are down to an ancient frigate Corvette 2 plus non-operational SSKs. I don't think they have any SSKs left, even the non-operational ones. I think they've all been bombed. In the nicest way, the US Navy is not the type of organization which is going to leave something like an SSK, even if it's non-operational, unaccounted for. The US Navy knows exactly how dangerous SSKs are. I think that most of their larger ships are also similarly have been dealt with. Realistically, it's going to depend on what kind of organization you're dealing with. It's going to depend on what happens to Iran, what kind of government you're dealing with. Because if it's the same as the current government, i.e. kind of like what has happened in Venezuela, where you've basically got the same government continued on with some accoutrements of different organizations added on, but realistically the same people are still wandering around. It's probably not going to be that different than it was historically. It's going to be very much a Straits force, and very limited capabilities, and probably still going to have the same people it might buy from, but it's going to be more focused on other systems for their security rather than their navy. However, if there is some form of change in governmental structures in Iran that accompanies the end and that governmental structure is interested in pursuing other avenues of procurement, you might get something like a frigate in an invention from the French or something like that. That would be quite an interesting one to see them buy as a few of those as their flagship's major assets to help them secure the straits, and along with some SSKs. I think SSKs are a natural force for them. I think mine-laying vessels are a natural capability. Honestly, anyone who's seen the Straits of Hormuz knows that mine-laying is a critical asset. Even the threat of mine-laying is enough to cause trouble, and that's what mostly we're dealing with is the threat. The capabilities they have mostly been, oh, we can do this, and they have done as much as they can for it, but, you know, there's a limitation to what they can do. I would also say perhaps they might go for some air deployable assets in terms of the mine laying capability. But again, the trouble with the Straits of Hormuz blockade is you've already got scenarios where people are building more pipelines, where they are trying to... And the thing is, Hormuz is a very useful choke point in terms of it's a critical access inside of it, but it's not a passage asset, a pathway, a route. It's not a route where people go through, going between places. It's not like Suez Canal, it's not like the Singapore Straits, it's not like even the English Channel or the Panama Canal, these things. It's not a transit choke point, it is a access choke point. And I would not be surprised in the very short to medium term if pipelines like Bahrain and UAE are considering, and other systems are laid, and the reality is the Straits of Hormuz starts to lose its value as a choke point. And the trouble is, the more accessible points they get, the more Iran loses its leverage in terms of that one. That's their maximum conventional leverage, is the Straits of Hormuz. And it's the sort of thing you can use once. It's kind of like whenever we talk in the UK about the royal powers. The monarch can theoretically do a lot of things, and the answer to that is they can theoretically do them in our constitution, and they will be able to do it, use that power once. But it doesn't matter who or what scenario they use it in. The moment they've used it, the politicians will then pass a law as soon as things are reconstituted, which stops them ever being able to use it again, and it'll be quietly loaded into a constitutional reform system, and it'll be an innocuous passage or innocuous paragraph in that which will do it. But that's the reality sometimes of these situations. You can use this to great effect, but the threat of it is greater than the reality, because once you've used the reality, they're going to fix it as a problem. Pipelines are vulnerable too, Carl. Yes, they are. But let's be honest, if you start going attacking other people's pipelines, they tend to defend them. And that tends to be very quickly an act of war and an act of aggression. And also, pipeline can be below ground. It can be... There are all sorts of fun things which can be done to make pipelines more difficult to attack. And if anyone wants a really good example of this, just remember during World War II, one of the very much focus points of Germany at several points was to try and find how the British were sending oil and managing to get the fuel around their country so easily to keep their airfields going. And admittedly, the British had the advantage of they controlled the entire German intelligence network in the UK, which was useful. But the other reality is, and I say this strongly, the British had buried a pipeline all around the country, and it still exists to this day, that allows them to move fuel from airfield to airfield and various other places. That's how it was done. And by the way, if you want real fun when you're out walking, you'll sometimes come across these random markers in the middle of nowhere. It's always interesting to take a picture of those markers and then try and do a Google search over what they are. You'd be amazed at the things the UK has running under its ground. There are perfectly open access in terms of finding out these markers, what they are. They're on Google, they're on Wikipedia, they're all over Open Plan. But you will find there are pipelines running here, there, and the other place. And the reason you can't get that builders will never get permission to develop these particular band of land is because what runs on the ground through it, and no one's going to trust the developer anywhere near with a digger. They're just not. So fun times. Now, we now have Frank Sparta's questions. What are some important lessons from the British Pacific Fleet you feel have been forgotten? The sheer quantity of logistics which was needed to sustain it. That is the biggest lesson which has been forgotten. And if you could build a modern equivalent of the British Pacific Fleet, as close to one as possible, only using existing UK, EU and UK ships, what would you use? It's got to be the Queen Elizabeth class carriers because frankly there's nothing really better than them in available operation at the moment. I know the Charles de Gaulle exists, but the Charles de Gaulle has... Look, the Charles de Gaulle is a lovely ship, but it's also quite an old one now. There's a reason the French are going to replace it. Once the French have their next carrier into service, then we'll be talking different things. So that's that. That's probably to replace the fleet carriers. Light fleet carriers, probably it's going to be something like Trieste from the Italians. Destroyer-wise, in terms of European destroyers, it probably is the Type 45s at the moment, currently in service. Frigate-wise, currently in service, Type 26s aren't in service yet. They're going to be a really good ASW hull. I'd probably go with a general-purpose frigate hull, so I'd go with a FREM, probably. To keep consistent with the Trieste, I'd go with the Italian one, but you could go with the French one. And in terms of auxiliaries, basically the British have the biggest auxiliaries currently in service in Europe, so it's got to be the British fleet ones. Submarine-wise, again, for the long-range submarines, it's got to be some of the nuke boats, in which case you're limited to Britain and France. And I'm going to stick with the Astutes, but yeah, I'll say a smattering of both is perfectly fine. The Barracudas are perfectly good. In terms of diesel boats, I'm going to go Swedish and Italian because they're good boats. Yeah, that's about it.
Has anybody checked on the physical science people lately?
Why?
Someone's put up a sign that, among other things, says, "Failure required, tears optional. Please don't lick the science."
Oh, no, that hasn't broken out again, has it?
Like, I like the sign overall. I'm just...
Hey, look, it used to be all the rage to lick spicy rocks.
Wait, were people actually licking activated uranium?
Yep. First cases of verifiable tongue cancer. Yeah. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if in 1935 a gentleman in a nice suit offered Britain to rebuild the Royal Navy to the size of the Royal Navy in 1918 to fill the all Royal Navy? All ships built to the filled Navy would be as follows: battleships Conqueror class, battlecruisers Vanguard class, heavy cruisers Goliath class from modern warships, light cruisers Neptune class, destroyers Tribal class. The ships will be finished by June of 39.
What black magic have you conjured?
Basically, if
apparently you already know about this, though.
If someone
Dragon.
offers this to them, Admiral Henderson would probably look at them and go, yes, and if anyone tried to say no, would start shooting them.
Right. Have we not learned the lesson from Sunless Sea? When a nice man in a black suit walks up and promises you, some ludicrous requests, don't do it. That's how bats come and steal London.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
it's
I wouldn't
London.
even watch
Would you
that.
really miss
But-
it if you had a whole fleet of conquerors sitting in Portsmouth?
no, in fact, Admiral Henderson would probably hand over London quite happily for that. But also, in this scenario, if you have the Royal Navy build that by 1939, the rest of the world is going to be looking at Britain going, so, we feel like peace right about now. We really do feel like peace. We really quite like peace. We really love peace. We really, really, really love peace. Because
Either that,
if the Royal
Or
Navy,
they're going.
if the Royal Navy,
Either that or they're going. What do you know that we don't?
yeah, at that point, because if you consider the Goliath class, the Conqueror class battleships from World of Warships, Dragon, you remember the stats? What are they armed with again?
12, 16.5 inch, 45s, I believe, though.
Yeah,
Maybe
12.
50.
Let's be honest, 12,
Either way.
16.5 inch 45s. That's no one's really going to care. There's just going to be a lot of people looking at them going, "Mummy, I need someone to
Yes, I was
protect
right
me.
there, 45.
Mummy."
Well, the interesting thing is both 380mm Bell
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also the fact
And,
that... Oh, sorry, go on, Foxer.
and the 5-inch Summit deck on them.
Yeah.
Also the fact that Conqueror does 29.5 knots.
So definitely fast battleships. So let's be honest. If you at that point, if you consider when they're coming into service, etc., all these things, let's consider if you were someone who was talking about Bismarck at that point and they existed. What do you now think? No, Bismarck is not matching in, and honestly, even the vanguards are going to be a nightmare for people.
Bismarck is a light midnight snack.
It's a case of let's scenario. In this scenario, you would have maybe a vanguard class would come across Scharnhorst and Gneisenau with its fire control computers and fire control systems and radars.
That's just mean.
To a degree, I will admit, I'm more going off the thing that they don't get the full stuff just because... Well, I know
No,
not exactly
it's got them as the full stuff, so that's what I'm presuming they're getting.
They can't physically build that unless we have now went with...
It's
this
magic.
is literally black magic.
It is magic. It has appeared. Basically, we are. This is basically. I have got access to a Star Trek style industrial replicator, and have gone back in time to make sure the Royal Navy wins World War II.
Well, biggest question, if we're including magic in it, are they ships with the base stat
I'm
of
going
the
off.
World of Warship ships? Or do they have the ability, like the actual totality of the World of Warship ships?
I'm going they have only the stats. Because keep in mind, if they get it, so how many Goliaths are they getting?
Well, yeah, that's if you're talking Goliath class replacing all the equipment, providing all the equipment, heavy cruisers, the Royal Navy had in World War II, which is their armored World War One, their armored cruisers. You're probably talking about 40 of them.
That's 40 cruisers armed with 9.2-inch 50 caliber guns, and these are not old 9.2s. These are modern 9.2s, and all these cruisers do 33 knots.
Yeah, and there's probably a backed up. If you consider light cruisers, again, you've got all the towns, the seas, all the ones in between, and the other small cruisers, scout cruisers, etc. So you're probably getting about 80 of them.
Would this be a good time to mention the Goliaths also have an 8-inch main belt?
And it's going to be a few hundred tribal class destroyers. And we haven't even got onto the fact that in terms of battle cruisers, you're talking about a dozen, roughly. Because you have the 3 Invincibles, the 3 Indefatigables, the 2 Lions, the Queen Mary, the Tiger. So you had 10 plus... Yeah, so you got 10, at least. And a Renown and Repulse are also included in that number from World War One, so that would be a dozen. But you've got between 10 and 12 of Vanguards. And then, in terms of Conquerors, you think about it, all the battleships the Royal Navy have in World War One, at the end of World War One, they still have some of the Royal Sovereign types around. So you're replacing them. You're replacing all the Dreadnought battleships in the Royal Navy had in service. So you are possibly at the range of about 50 of them. So think about it. If you've got 50 Conqueror-class battleships...
You know, see, even in the normal thing of this scenario, where they do get a bit of grace with it. All I'm going to say is, like, a year or two down the line, the Treasury is screaming, and they're screaming that they won't be ignored anymore. This fleet is going to bankrupt us.
Yes, but also, at that point, the Royal Navy is probably passing them out to Dominions and sharing them off with the people because they can afford to. And let's be honest, at this point also, even if the Japanese announce they have the Yamatos, and they go, we're building 2 with 18-inch guns, the Royal Navy's looking, so how many guns have they got? 9. Oh! That's nice.
Hey, just bring
We
in
love
like
you.
4 of the Conquerors, and we'll do the Thunderer conversion, because that's just the turret swap out.
No,
Yeah.
you don't even need to know. Think about the rate of fire of 16.5-inch versus an 18-inch. Think about its likely engagement range. Bring up 4 of the Conquerors, which are faster by 2.5 knots than the Yamatos, and which have 12 16.5-inch guns each. So you have 48 guns versus 18.
But the 18-inch Mark II.
Doesn't matter.
Foxo really likes Thunderer.
Yeah.
The 18-inch Mark II. If you've got 40 hulls, you're
Thank
at
you,
least
Group
doing
of
conversion on some of them.
Yeah. You could do. And, yeah, thank you, Group of Logo. Just told them
Also,
a solid chat message.
These even the Neptunes as well are going to be utterly
In
horrendous.
the nicest way, imagine the battle in the Mediterranean.
Right, friendly reminder: Neptune's guns have a 5-second reload.
And just think about the cruiser battles in the Mediterranean.
Also, Neptune's main guns are fully dual purpose.
Yeah.
Don't forget that about Nep.
Yeah, it's basically this is the kind of scenario where you go, okay, so you have just added in an existential problem for everyone else in terms of naval warfare. You also probably just made Stalin go, I need bigger battleships now!
We gave the UK a fleet that literally could take on the Japanese, the Germans, and the Italians all at once.
To be honest, they've got such a qualitative advantage, they could take on the Yanks as well at the same time.
I was going to say, and the Americans are going,
Because let's be honest, you're talking about
fight.
50 conquerors. The nicest way, what in the American battle line is going to stand up to those things? At the time that they will have any point before 1944.
Question doesn't mention anything about Maltas, thankfully.
If they did mention Maltas as well, then I'd be pushing it out and going,
but it really
no,
doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay, so they don't have the. Oh no, they don't even have the North Cals yet.
No. So 1939. I'm sorry, the U.S. Navy could be added into that group of those nations, and the Royal Navy would still be going. Do you want to send more? You know, we offer you the French.
You know, America, if you want, we could sell you some of these battleships. We've got some spare.
That's the sort of question where you come in and go, yeah, you have just created an existential crisis for the world.
This might actually cause problems for the Royal Navy's fuel stocks.
No.
They might have to think about resupplying at some point in the next 6 years.
It really wouldn't. The sheer quantity of fuel they have stored up, they'd be fine, but they would be probably building more.
Also, as Petch has mentioned, these ships do have much more efficient engines.
Yeah. And, again, it's one of the things of... There is a point about it bankrupting, but actually running that fleet's a lot cheaper than World War II.
Yeah.
A lot cheaper than fighting a war. This is the point. It's an absurd fleet, but it's a lot cheaper than actually fighting a war. Maintaining that level of force, especially as the British will probably maintain it by going, okay, we're going to stick half of these in reserve. We're going to sell some to our dominions. it'll be worked out quite quickly. Jonathan Moon, what if procurement were rephrased as, instead of we buy a mount, we build a factory that builds X per time? For example, a factory that builds 2 Tomahawks per day, or 1 F-35 every 3 weeks, or a destroyer every 10 months. That would be peacetime minimum, with a clause that for wartime, it would be 3 missiles a day and 1 plane every 2 weeks. Furthermore, 3 months per year in peace will be run at the wartime level. Actually, to be honest, that's realistically what governments have tried. The amount of times they've included money in their contracts which has been to maintain a surge capacity, a surge capability. And some of the factories have taken out literally of, oh, we've got the space for an extra construction line. Have you got the machines for it? No. We haven't got an extra production line. We've just got the space for one. But we're taking your money to maintain that capability. How long does it take to order the machinery we need to actually build to actually have a production line there? Oh, about 2.5, 3 years. And then we have to train up the workforce for it. So, ideally, you need about 5 years' notice. But still, technically, within the wording of the contracts, that is still a legitimate methodology. One company, and I'm not going to name names, actually maintained the space by having an expanded car park. They didn't even build the actual building it would go in. But it technically fitted in the contract. So yes, there has been some fun with this contract system. Matthew Keeling, if Sea-Cat missiles were in service in 1950, how useful would they have been? For the Korean War? Well, most of they wouldn't have been non-useful in the Korean War, but I think you'd probably seen them more used for shore bombardment than anything else. Actually, before people start suggesting it, it wasn't BAE. For once, it was not BAE. BAE are far, far cleverer than with that system than the others. Most of it, and BAE and MBDA both do masterclass in how to run that. What they do is they use the surge capacity claim of other factories they have elsewhere. Basically, MBDA goes, well, we have this factory in the UK which produces this. So, in terms of surge capacity, what we can do is we can re-roll X factory in another country, in an allied country, to do this and sell them to you. Whilst also offering that country, they can re-roll it to that one. I think that's how they did it. Were doing it in up to a few years, but I think they've changed now again. But that was. I was in
creative accounting.
I was in a seminar when I learned this. It was being put forward by an academic as they'd studied the methodologies they'd gone around. And honestly, that was at least we actually had the machinery and had the systems there. It's just, do you think you're going to get out your existing contract to supply X or Y with with the systems that the country's building to transfer it over to the other one? I know. Yeah. No, they're not. Matthew Keeling, BAE has never been lazy. Creative accounting, yes. Lazy, no. But yeah, this is one of those things of. That's the kind of stuff I love going to conferences, etc., and hearing about, and it's always a fun thing to walk away from going, oh, so that's what's going on there. Again, I've talked about it, the Future Leaders Conference, which I would really have loved to have attended, but with my budget, I can't afford to do Rotterdam, which is TwitchCon, which I'm really looking forward to. I'm going to be at TwitchCon. I am on a panel at TwitchCon. I know it's weird. If you're watching me on Twitch, I do apologise for it, but it's going to be fun. It's going to be me talking about education and twitching and how it can be useful to share information and share and talk about factual stuff. And then after that, I'm at Leeds. And so, of course, with those two conferences quite so close together, I didn't have time to also go this month to Farnborough for the Future Navy Leaders Conference, which is a shame because, honestly, me, Dan, and Drac enjoyed that conference.
Freebies!
We have so much fun in that conference. As Dan has just said, freebies. Dan literally came out... Did you come out with 3 or 4 bags last time?
Yes.
Literally, he goes around, he's grabbing the stuff and going, yeah, he's just going, yes, if you've got free pens and things to give to me, I will take them all. Stationary restocking going on massively. I go for the model ships. The model ships are gorgeous, and the systems, and it's when you really get to ask people questions and go, so how does this work? What am I talking about? What am I discussing? I like to go to a few conferences if I can get a number like that every year. It's fun.
Yes, but more importantly, freebies.
Yeah, we still have to get to the big one in the Excel Centre in London. We have to go to that big one. We haven't been to that big one yet, but that's because they charge for press entrances and academics and entrances, and they charge a fair chunk. But it's worthwhile going to.
Oh man.
Yeah.
NECA is in Las Vegas this year.
Huh?
I don't want to go to Las Vegas.
You know you love it.
No, actually, I know I don't.
Yeah.
Have they announced where 27 is going to be? Assuming I'm still in this country for 2027. Oh, that's going to be in Indianapolis.
Yeah. That's even nice. Information Minute 9547. Answer the threat of new iteration of sort of Q ship or false container cargo ship being packed launch platforms a bit terrifying. Yes and no. As I did a video about this, and one of the things I talked about was that realistically, the vessels you most want to do this with are reefers, because they're the ones which have the electrical and data generator capabilities to actually support that kind of system and setup. But the trouble is, reefers are so much in demand and so few in number relatively to the demand of them that in the moment you start mucking around with any of them, it's going to be really obvious. So, okay, then you go with a regular container ship, but now you need to have... you've got a regular container ship which is not doing a normal container run, not doing normal port visits, not doing normal run, because most container ships these days, they're operating basically on the equivalent of bus routes. They're just constantly going around in a circle around these bus routes, taking containers from X to Y to Z to on to A to B to C, and then carrying on. And okay, so if you wanted to put, let's say, missile systems on that, you'd have to be very careful where they were loaded. You'd have to be very careful. You'd have to make sure they were being powered, and you had proper data connectivity going on them. And if you're going to say, well, I don't want to touch the ship systems for that, okay, that's fine. Then you're going to need to have systems which support them in other containers, which are going to need to be co-located, which actually makes the management job even more difficult. And then on top of that, you've got the crew. And you've got to make sure that none of them post anything on social media about what they're doing. And if you think you can keep that sort of thing quiet on a container ship, I am sorry. It ain't happening. They're sailors. Gossip is their second favourite pastime after eating. I am sorry. That is the reality. And so, pretty much, if you were doing it, it becomes fairly obvious to the industry and fairly obvious to everyone else, and it could be spotted. Now, I'm not saying that nations aren't going to do this. I would say a short-term measure. If you're doing something as a short-term thing to give you a boost for an operation, you could do it. You could get away with it. If you're doing it short-term, you can pull these things off. But as an ongoing system, as you know, an ongoing methodology of we're going to have these systems functioning all the time as part of our defense, so that if anyone attacks us, we've got them ready to go, it's not going to work. And it doesn't matter if it's missiles or drones, it's still going to require power, it's still going to require placing in certain places in the ship, and it's still going to require maintenance support while it's out there because of salt water, and yeah, it's still going to require data. Doesn't matter what it is, it's going to require those things. Drones, people go, well, you know, sure, you can launch the drone things like the Ukrainians do from vehicles. Well, they have a truck. It's a single truck with a single driver wandering through, and that's very obvious. When you're talking about something which is a container ship, it could have 20,000 containers on it. All you need is that container to be sorted by the system because of its weight system, etc., into a position on a different position on the ship. So it's actually internal, and there are containers either side of it and above it, and suddenly it can't be used. And you go, right, Linda, so we're going to fix the system so it's always loaded externally, so its side can open up. Is it going to be structurally strong enough to take all the containers being packed on top of it if it's got a side which flips up? How are you reinforcing it? Also, its weights. Are you going to be honest about its weight? Because if you're not honest about its weight, that could affect the balancing of the ship. That could affect its stability. In which case, the crew are going to start watching it. And these are, and then you've got the fact that the sheer quantity of containers which are lost every year at sea in storms. And usually the containers which are lost are the ones higher up on the edges of the ship. And that's before you have all the crewing and all the other requirements for it to keep it operational. No, swearing is not a pastime, channel. It's kind of like breathing. Sam Thompson, I haven't seen yesterday's video yet. What would it take to upgrade the Batch 2 Rivers to Soups of War or Baby Frigates? A structural rebuild. As I've talked about, there's comments and things from people going, it was designed as a possibility. Yes, they were fitted, or they sort of fitted for the option of being fitted for. In the end, well, after some people had a cost idea of things. It's fun.
So it's fitted for being fitted for things.
Yeah, pretty much after the cost engineers got there. It was supposed to be fitted for the option of being upgraded, and then the reality was they save money by fitting it for being fitted for. Or rather, fitting it with the option of being fitted for. It's a fun time. It is a fun time. But it's not unusual for that to happen, let's be honest. This is... I would love to say it's not usual for the UK government, but it is. Great refit.
Bit
yes.
of Go ahead.
Okay. Rudon?
Bit of a non sequitur, but how many people here know of Chapter Master Valrak?
Why?
I have just discovered his Reddit username, and apparently it's Ned Stark's left sock. I don't know what to do with that information, but I felt obligated to share.
Fair enough.
Okay. Carry on. He's, by the way, he's a content creator who does a lot of stuff about Warhammer 40k, especially their gaming systems. He's cool in some ways.
He's also a fan of the Emperor's Most Autistic Children, the Sons of Dorne.
Yeah. Yeah. He's good. Not my favourite, but no, he's good. I do enjoy his work. Foxo. This is Night Security Run for Foxo, so I'm going to let Foxo go first. Why did HMS Hood's...
She may have dropped.
I think she hasn't. She and Dragon have both dropped, so I will start this off first and we'll see if Foxo returns. For Foxo, why did HMS Hood's Curtis Brown geared steam turbines have shorter service life than the RN expected? I wanted to ask it yesterday, but I was unable to catch ramblings yesterday. Basically, the answer to that question is they ran hot and they ran more powerful. Parsons turbine. One of the things about Curtis Brown turbines is they often generate more power than Curtis expected them to, because Brown do check on them, and they're really good. But they often have shorter service lives because they do that. Their efficiency leads to more work, more things happening to their turbine blades than you would normally expect. And Parsons ones tended to be the longer term turbines in terms of they would last longer.
Also, didn't they use reaction turbines instead of impulse turbines or something, so they were more complicated?
A little bit. There's a mixture of the two going on. There is some fun. It does make more stuff more. Basically, the steam circulates more to get more power out of the steam, which is great, but it also means steam circulating more. And as we know, the only thing which makes salt water look bashful when it comes to corroding stuff is steam at high pressure. Yeah. It's fun. OMG, hello.
Don't remind me of that fact. I work around 2 gigawatts of steam on a daily basis.
Look, in the nicest way, the only saving grace I can give you to that is if the steam happens, you won't know anything about it because it'll be over that quickly.
I'm good with that.
OMG, hello. If European NATO decided that they needed to bring each nation's navies into a combined force for a clean state, how would you all about that, NATO, given NATO's needs? Oh, good lord, I'd have a nightmare. Basically, it's a question of how am I doing this? Because if I'm combining them in as one force, i.e. European Navy, first problem I have is not all European members of NATO are part of the EU. So what kind of command structure am I setting up for this? But then I would have a Baltic force, a Mediterranean force, a Black Sea force, and Atlantic force. I would probably make my Atlantic force, and my 2 largest fleets are going to be my Atlantic force and my Mediterranean force, because they're also going to be the ones which deal with the rest of the world. The Atlantic force is probably going to take on the Pacific. The Mediterranean force is going to take on the Indian Ocean and the Gulf, and those sort of regions as their primary responsibilities. But then you're going to have to start working around. You're going to need carriers definitely for the Atlantic force and the Mediterranean forces. You're going to need a whole host of frigates and a whole host of SSKs to defend for defensive measures and for escort duties. You're going to need destroyers to provide some of the air defense capabilities for not just your task groups, but also for some of your land masses in terms of their seaside. And you're going to need a whole load of torpedo boats and nuclear submarines. Nuclear submarines to reach out and wander around the world. Torpedo boats to provide missile boats, basically to provide security in things like the Baltics and the Black Sea. And you're probably going to need, again, depending on how many patrol positions you decide to establish, is going to have an impact on how many auxiliaries you need. And yeah, it's going to be a bit of a nightmare. Honestly, how do I put this? Every time someone suggests this as a great idea, I look at them as if they're nuts. Okay? You can do that if you have a level of political unity whereby you are operating one country. But the moment you have multiple countries and you're trying to make a combined force of that kind of structure, where it's one force and truly trained together and working there as one structure, you are going to be dealing with political infighting which is going to be obscene. It is going to be a nightmare. This is why NATO became a standards organisation, not a unitary organisation. Okay? What do I mean by that? NATO sets a lot of common standards so people can work together. And people build to common standards, which makes it workable. They didn't become a unitary position because the moment you become unitary, everyone's going to be fighting over everything every time it happens. Someone goes, there aren't enough frigates in my area to secure my trade routes. That's because there's too many frigates in a northern section, and we're the Mediterranean, we depend on them. You're just going to end up with non-stop fighting between the nations. And that's going to ruin your procurement. Or alternatively, you're building that in that yard. Well, that's the French yard. You should be building it in the Spanish yard, or the Italian yard, or the German yard, or the Polish yard, and it is just a nightmare. I do realise there are a lot of people who sit out there and think it looks like a great idea on paper, and it does on paper. Just the reality is, we're not talking about the United States of America, which was from the get-go, as it set up, one country. Yes, it's a federation of states. Yes, there is all sorts of fun things with constitutions and definitions going on and all that stuff, which I don't want to get into. But the reality is that came about as one country from the beginning, and things were added to it as they became themselves rather than from territories and states and etc. There's a process. You're talking about taking countries, some of whom were part of the Soviet Union's bloc for a fair number of years and really don't like the idea of losing their independence and their position in the world as independence and ability to act independently internally, and forging them into what is in effect going to be a single country from a military perspective.
And
good luck.
I would argue that if you are going to be, from a military perspective, a unitary entity, that means your foreign policy and by extension your trade policy becomes a unitary entity.
Yes, and
because you can't have one country drag all the others into war because they have a obnoxious foreign policy or trade policy to an aggressor nation.
Yeah, and basically also becomes, when you're starting to supply and support those forces and standardize it out, you're talking about almost a one-nation industrial policy as well. And then you've got to have an education policy that produces enough people who all have the same language skills, because you're going to have to come up with a common language for that force to work with. Because, frankly, the Austro-Hungarian model of every officer having to be fluent in about a dozen languages doesn't work long-term. So probably they'd all end up having to be fluent in, let's be honest, the most common secondary language for people in Europe is English. Which would end as and as I said, and that's, you also need to get all those nations which are not part of the European Union into that. And they might be even less keen on the idea of being of that scenario. I know currently in the UK there is a discussion amongst the Labour Party being brought up about reworking over Brexit. What I always love is the amount of people who go, oh yes, there's polling which is in favour of rejoining the EU. It's always under the same deal we had before, which we left the EU, which we know we wouldn't get if we rejoined it. And again, I will say the same thing. It's a fine policy to have, but how much are the public going to help once they realise they're going to have to lose the pound, once they're going to have to lose all these things? Now, this is the thing. You cannot rejoin the EU under the same policy, the same scenario we left it. You have to rejoin it under the new standards. And that's perfectly fine. That's fair. But that's a very different scenario than we left it under. And you can't... It's just like... Politicians will always give you the best version of truth to support their sides. Politicians for Brexit and politicians for Remain. The politicians for Rejoin, the politicians for Stay Out. Will give you the best... They're all going to be lying. Because they're going to give you the best version of the truth. There are no sunny uplands. There's just hard choices. So again, this is the scenario. If you're doing this, you're sacrificing a lot of your sovereignty and a lot of your control of your armed forces. And we haven't even got into the scenario of the nuclear ballistic missile submarines. Because, let's be honest, would France or Britain be happy to sign them over to someone else to operate and have control of them?
So one group in that are going to say no, and the other group in that are going to say no.
Yeah. And so it's one of those things which looks so lovely on paper. But I honestly don't think it's happening anytime soon unless things massively change. And it's kind of like, yeah, again, I do not understand why it seems to be, if for those who don't know, a bit of context in the UK, and I'm not getting into politics, I don't want to just get into politics discussion, but in the UK, currently there is a whole by-election taking place because Keir Starmer, the current Prime Minister, is pretty much a lame duck and has lost the support of his own party. By being sufficiently such a grey individual that frankly even they're not sure what he does anymore. And one of the contenders is potentially trying to get through by getting through in a by-election, which they may lose, in an area which actually, as a constituency, had a large vote for leaving the EU, but for some reason the Labour Party now wants to bring it up as a case of we want to rejoin the EU. So if they end up losing that, And to be fair, the person who brought it up is the guy who's currently elected to Parliament, in Parliament, who wants to succeed Keir Starmer, probably trying to torpedo the chances of the guy who's trying to get elected to Parliament to get in the post, so he doesn't have him as a threat.
Yeah, that's my thoughts on that one.
And I was sitting there going, oh my lord, what not to produce. But also, the problem is, the fact that they've announced that now, it now means they have now churned, if they do become leadership, their entire next few years until next election is going to be all around the Brexit topic, and they don't seem to realise they have just shot themselves in the foot for every other politics. Because the moment it comes back to Brexit, as I said, it's going to become over things of, do you want to lose the pound? Do you want to lose this? Do you want to lose this? You know, what kind of rejoining? And they're going to lose, they've lost now all the political momentum they could have rebuilt. Because it's all going to come around one topic. So, by the way, expect nothing about on defence investment plan and anything like that, because it's all going to go into Brexit again. And it's just no.
I mean, if politicians could not turn a dead horse into a very fine paste, what would they do with their lives?
It's a case of, it's something at the point we don't need to refight at this point. And also, the problem is, again, and I hate to bring this up, but the moment you start bringing up these referendums, everyone said they were once-in-generation referendums. If you now make them every few years, then there's all sorts of other referendums which are discussed they could bring back. And could come up again. And we really don't want them. We went through multiple referendums in a go, and the government kept losing them. Which I still will never understand it. There was literally a referendum on, do you want to change first past the post to something? And I think it was... Oh, what's it called? One of the PR systems. I forget which one at the moment. Maybe it was single transferable vote or something. I can't remember off the top of my head. Yeah. And the public voted, no, we don't want that. Because whilst it looks like a great idea in theory when you're a political looking at going, it's going to be more fair. British public have a history of liking first past the post because it allows them to hold people to account. You don't have permanent coalition governments. And the last experience the British have had with the coalition government, and the previous experience of that with the coalition government, they didn't enjoy. It was alternative vote, yeah, no, it was AV. Yeah. Basically, in the British experience of coalition government, which is what proportional representation tends to produce, is that all the parties in it get your votes by promising one thing, then once they've formed their group, they turn around and go, oh, we can't do this because our coalition partners won't allow us to. Or it's negotiated. So you end up... Yeah, it just... No. And you lose the link between the constituencies as well. It's just... Yeah, I know why they're going for it. I know it looks fair and all these things, and it is fairer. But it also means it's almost impossible to hold, in UK experience, politicians to account. And that's a problem. And it's a case of, okay, do you want a fairer system that makes it easier for the politicians to promise something and then renege on it? Or do you want a more difficult system for them to renege on, but it's less fair because you'll get this constituency votes where you'll get basically parties which theoretically can never lose, but as we've shown in recent elections actually can lose. It's half a dozen one, six the other.
It's messy. It's politics.
Yeah, and that's the thing. First possible. I would say the answer to me has always been you make a second house, as I said before, which is elected based on the proportional votes of the first past the post system for the first chamber. So you basically have the House of Commons elected by first past the post still, and then you have all those votes tallied together, and that's your proportional representation for your second house, and that second house, those people who are selected for second house are the first losers, i.e. the people who got the highest number of votes but didn't win in their constituencies. So you make every vote count. You have a proportional second house, which is fair and makes every vote count, but also you have the first past the post, you still have the constituency link, and so you have two houses, and they're elected. Because a nice way, as the currently House of Lords is constituted, I really don't like it. It's lost all tradition, all point. It's just where do people stuff their mates? Yeah. Yep.
Anyway,
Yes, let's move on before I get
moving
really
from British politics to American politics, PDP 11 Processor 42 asks, could the U.S. with the new administration modify the battleship hulls? Battleship in quotes. It's probably going to depend on how stringent the appropriations bill that pays for them is written.
Oh, you can always get another appropriations bill, so yes, theoretically they can.
Yeah. It's a question of degree and difficulty more so than a question of can they, period.
Ploppy Sono, with the falling out of Malaysia and Norway, is there a chance of speeding up the naval strike missile procurement for the UK fleet? No, because I doubt the British government will prepare to pay that money.
Yeah.
Black Horse, how did a pink-painted Navy ships work in World War II? The idea was it would make you harder to spot at range. As it worked out on ships, not really that helpful.
Got about 5 questions left, including Dark SARS.
Okay, so we're taking another 5, shall we? Because we're going to midnight again. Dark SARS, what happened to Project Ark Royal, and what would a Calabar launch manned aircraft bring to the Royal Navy? Project Ark Royal was a thought experiment. It was never more than that. I'm sorry to say this, but Navies do them constantly. And Calabar launched aircraft. If you were managing to get Calabar system working, the chief thing and first thing I'd want to buy is probably Hawkeye, and potentially move to F-35C, but we're already most of the way through an F-35B procurement, so I doubt we're going to get anything else than that. The other option is potentially you could get the long-range strike platforms, the uncrewed strike platforms, the same as the US are operating. But you end up with a mixed fleet and all sorts of costs, and it becomes problematic.
It gets icky.
Yeah. The reality of it is always interesting. Waterbros, why does Indonesia need an aircraft carrier? Have you seen how many islands they are? And how many of those islands can actually have the infrastructure for supporting aircraft on them? And again, it becomes, in many ways, it's a cheaper way of having an airfield for the islands. It hasn't opened up yet.
Remember, chat, the bot will make a message in the chat when questions have been opened.
Yeah. It will actually most likely flash up on my thing, but Knights has just got through, so I think it is working.
There it goes.
Yeah. Nathan, 76. What do you think the ideal order of numbers for the US Navy ships, Burke, frigates, act would be? I would say you've got to start matching numbers of Burkes and frigates. I would say we'll see what happens with the battleships and large surface combatants. I think aircraft carriers, they need to return to probably a 12 aircraft carrier navy. I know some people talk about 15, but realistically a 12 carrier navy is what you need to try and get back to, and that's easier than anything else.
Ooh.
A 12 carrier navy would help because if you think about it logically, that's probably going to mean you're going to have 5 carriers operational at any one point. Because whilst if you're going through a rule of 3, you go, okay, there's going to be 4. The odds are once you have 12, because of the way things work in terms of availability and operational and scalability, it probably works out as you have 5 available. You have 5 operational at any one point, at least 5 available. Probably normally it's going to be 6 available. So that's 2 available for surging if you need to, and it's going to be far easier to keep them to their normal patterns with 12. You could also work them out as sort of basing 4 in the Atlantic, 4 in the Pacific, 4 in sort of 4 forward based around the world and 4 operating from the Pacific if you want to do or something things like that. You can balance it far more easily with 12 than you can. It's amazing the difference that one makes when you're talking about the commitments the US has and they have 11 units. If you go up to 12, that one extra does operate a lot of capabilities for them. And a whole lot of auxiliaries. Castanea, if Stanflex became a standard, what type of civilian uses would they be used for on a freighter with 4 to 6 Stanflex cells? Probably cranes, extra firefighting equipment, maybe some extra lifeboat, life assistance, that sort of scenario, and potentially some passive defenses for some defense systems for dealing with piracy. So things like not guns, but what is the phrase they now use? They've got a new phrase. Non-kinetic deterrent systems
Oh, that's cute.
was the phrase I heard at the most recent conference. Non-kinetic deterrent systems. I did point out, does that mean that kinetic deterrent systems are guns, and they all looked a bit quiet. So, yeah, non-kinetic kinetic deterrent systems.
They just like saying things are it's kinetic and things, don't they? It just gives them a little warm, fuzzy feeling inside.
Yeah, it does.
They don't like saying guns because guns sound old-fashioned.
Yeah.
Guns sound American, and we don't want to be compared to the Americans.
Yeah.
If I chug a bunch of beer before I go into combat, do you think that would have a negative effect on my ability to perform in combat?
It depends on what your role is. Honestly, if you're doing something like loading heavy artillery shells, probably not a lot.
Because I just had like 3 steins of beer.
I worry about you, those. Now,
you willingly and knowingly hang out with us.
I know.
What does that say about you?
That I come here to that I come here to make sure you're exposed to at least one adult a week to help even you out. AC-75 RO7. Question for Dr. Dan. Apart from scurvy, what have been the 3 most pressing medical issues at sea that have been solved?
Well, if you instead of just scurvy, let's take away all of the nutritional deficiencies you can get, because you also get stuff like beriberi. You get the fun of typhus and typhoid, which are totally different illnesses, both of which like to spread.
But they are such beautiful illnesses for people to catch.
Yeah, they like to go through densely packed groups of people like wildfire.
Yeah.
I mean, malaria and yellow fever were pretty devastating.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the kind of, when they talk about tropical fevers and things, that's what they're talking about. Yeah, I reckon it's probably things like that, like those.
Okay.
TB?
Yeah.
TB's a slow burn.
9681. What a lovely loaded question. Okay. Yeah, the PRC has never had its ship shot at. That's not quite correct. But
I think we've shot at them technically.
So I'm fairly sure the Vietnamese have as well. So yeah, that's not quite correct. It's not that recent they've been shot at, but it's not quite correct. Barely lets them out of port. No, they're doing quite a lot of. They do quite a lot of time at sea. The South China Sea and the instance in the East China Sea, and the stuff they do around Taiwan on a fairly regular basis shows how often they end out of port. And the crews are undertrained and undersupplied. Please see the earlier statement about them actually getting out of port. You go out of port to do the training. You do a lot of the training. As undersupplied, that's more difficult to ascertain. There have been a lot of stamping down on corruption in China in recent years, but there's a harder working out whether that's corruption, stamping down on corruption, or other of potential opponents of other factions. So, yeah. It's a.
I'd also be worried that.
Yeah.
It's kind of okay. So half the tanks in the battalion kind of don't have road wheels or whatever kind of corruption. Fine, I can sort of see that, whatever. But then you get the something more along the lines of my what would it be? It would be something like my ship sank. Yeah, that's kind of an all or nothing.
Yeah, China's also, how do I put it, been investing a lot in their ships for several years. So we have to see how long they last for how sustainable they are. I would also say that a lot of the arguments about them being barely used seemed to come up a lot when people kept complaining about how badly painted the US Navy was. And again, that's a discussion which has been coming up recently, but again, one of the problems is, and we talked about this in the looking at the US Navy's plan for the next 30 years, the idea of bringing back more shore parties and having the Navy personnel do it. One of the reasons was they wrote some of the contracts written for sustainment of ships to give them to companies to do the painting, etc., were very badly written. I mean, they are contracts which only make sense if you're absolutely sure you're never going to have to fight a war and you don't have to worry about actual maintenance of your ships. Yeah, that's a problem. So yeah, well, it's not all this thing. There's apparently a 2 parts from Night. Does anyone know what a second part is? Because this is what would be the real life consequence of Ace Combat Joint Assaults, Valhalla War, and Golden Axe Plan. The Golden Axe Plan was formulated by Olivieri Life Insurance.
Forwarding it to Q&A questions. It's in the bottom.
See, Andrea, to obtain absolute control of the world's insurance market and get rich along the time. Okay. I actually don't remember the Golden Axe Plan. But I would say any plan which involves as one person managing to seize entire control of the global insurance market hasn't ever looked at the global insurance market and the way it's run. Because that is some of the most cutthroat businesses in the world, and they do not like falling under anyone else's control. So good luck with that one. Runon, what happens if all the ordered and excellent battleships in the UK in 1925 turned into maximum long tanners with 1950s Iowa refit?
This is to include the ones that have been taken off the active list but still exist as at least a hull.
At that point, the rest of the world is crying, and Britain is probably going, right then, so we're leaving the treaty system. We've kind of left the treaty system.
I think I just start doing an evil laugh.
Yeah, it is. Okay, shall we do our evil laughs, British evil laughs on free?
Okay.
Yeah, that's basically Britain to the rest of the world at that point.
I feel better for that.
Yeah. That's sort of thing. They never give the East India Company a proper evil laugh. Information mimic. Ship modelling question. Could you imagine anyone making a 125 or 1 to 10 ship model of something like a battleship or World War II cruiser?
They have, haven't they?
They have.
I don't know what the scale of the Yamato is at the museum of the same name, but that's got to be.
And there are some quite big vessels which float around various harbours in various ponds in the UK. Well, small artificial lakes in the UK for war demonstrations, and there's a few other things which are built in China, etc., and various places. There are some people who really like their ship models, and there's also the stuff which occasionally gets sent to Drac.
I mean, Drac's got. Oh, he did have about a 2.5 meter long HMS Hermes.
Mm-hmm.
He's still got that kicking around his conservatory.
Yes. Stafford Thompson. The UK has a major political swing and buys the former Royal Navy yards with a goal of 12 Type 83 and 22 battle cruisers. 22 battle cruisers of 38,000 tons with a recruiting program match. How does Europe respond? Mostly looking at them and wondering what's happened to them. Also, you'd buy more Type 83s than you would the battle cruisers. You really would. In fact, honestly, and there's the fact that you could just make the Type 83 big enough that, frankly, you don't need the battle cruisers at the moment, because it's more efficient for Britain to mount to. You need battle cruiser, battleship, the size of ships which the Americans are building, when you are looking at the scenario they're looking for a sustaining combat operations from potentially the other side of the Pacific. Okay? The British, if they are getting involved in those kind of combat operations, if they're looking at long range ones, it's Argentina and Falklands again. That's always a potential you have to plan for in British scenario. But again, Argentina hasn't got depth of force structure and isn't likely to require something of that a vessel of that size with that level of depth of magazine to be able to sustain it. You need larger Type 83s, so probably 15 to 18,000 ton Type 83s. For the British, if they're getting involved in the Pacific, well, again, if they're doing that, they're going to be alongside the Americans, in which case they're bringing the large ones, and the British will bring the destroyers and their carrier battle groups based around that, and that's where the British will be assisting. Probably it'll be, if the British turn up, it's going to be to reinforce Australia, South China Sea approach, that sort of scenario, that area. Again, that's going to be a different scenario, different operating distances. You might well be able to resupply from Singapore, which is basically what Singapore structures their defence around to try and survive and be able to resupply from there. So it's one of those things of, it's a different sort of kind of scenario that the British are looking at needing.
Wait, do we have a Singapore strategy again?
Well, we've reactivated the base in Singapore and stood it up and properly, so I think probably we do.
Trying to work out if that's a good thing or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But now Singapore's in charge of defending itself. So please don't expect anyone to be listening to anyone in, not in Singapore, who's going, but what about our crops? Black Horse. Were navies affected by the different ocean islands design races? There was some technology offshoots which were useful, some ideas for the turbines, etc. were useful, but mostly they just looked at them and went, those are going to be so big and expensive to run, we're never going to be able to use them as our merchant cruisers. And so they started thinking about how they would use them in war. And honestly, the fast troop transports is what they came up with, and that's what most of them spent most of World War I and World War II being done for. Okay. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if the USN had been, instead of building 24-pounder frigates, built 6 third rates similar to Tonnant? That's more of a problem to deal with, but also expect the British ships on station to change. There is the reality, and this is something which is hard to understand the size of the current US Navy, etc. But the size of the US Navy in the 1812 to 1814 war, despite the fact they did do some very interesting things, very interesting operations, very capable operations, they were sufficiently small enough that they were... To put it as Runon, I think, put it the other day when they were talking with Fleet, a rounding error compared to the Spanish and the Spanish Navy, the French Navy, and the British Navy at the time, because of the sheer size of those fleets. Okay, that was the advantage they had. It's not. It's just the fact that their companies have been investing in building ships for a long time and had actually been funding it, whereas Congress, to try and get money out to support a navy, this was definitely in the pre-Mahan era, okay? They really didn't want to support a navy. Which is one of the reasons why the moment you start to have the British third rate sharp on station, the Americans can't really do much. But the trouble is, if you replace their frigates with third rates, great, you've got a more powerful ship. But if you try to go raiding in a third rate, well, yes, you can take on more threats, but the British are going to respond with larger ships. You are a larger threat. But also, there is the problem that whereas your frigates might be able to outrun in shoals and shallow waters the third rates and might be able to get away from them, there is also the fact that if you've got your own third rates, then they're not going to be able to. In which case, it's going to probably be third rate on third rate combat, and the British are going to have more of them. That's the problem. Basically, the Americans needed both some third rates to provide cover and their frigates to be able to get on and do raiding. Because if their third rates could provide were strong enough and were concentrated enough that they could provide cover for the frigates to get out, that's great. Then the frigates can keep operating, going in and out. And the third rates can provide cover against the British blockading squadron until the British turn up with something far bigger. And that's ultimately what will happen because the US government is not funding things. That's the reality.
Yeah.
The US government had a maritime-dependent nation, which was heavily dependent on maritime trade and the flow of maritime goods and international maritime trade for its economic viability, and yet had treated the sea as something they could ignore.
Yeah, Congress, as it was, from my reading on the topic, pitched enough of a fit over the cost of the original, I guess, Constitution class frigates, that to get them to build any type of ship of the line would be miserable.
Mm-hmm.
As it is, I think part of the reason why they were so glad to sell off, what was it? What was the one ship of the line we did build pre-1812?
Was it the United States?
America.
America, yeah. It was America.
Yeah, America sounds better.
It was sold to the French.
Yeah, it was sold to the French quite quickly. Probably because Congress, again, wanted the cash, but it didn't want to pay the upkeep for even a smaller third rate.
Yeah.
Gotta love Congress.
Yeah, basically they were not that long-sighted in terms of their opinions. Now, here's an interesting question. I'll be looking forward to all your opinions before I wade in. What happens if Japan decides to announce the Yamatos from the other and decides to announce the Yamatos to the other major powers?
Things get exciting.
The long tanas get laid down.
Yeah, I think it potentially buys them time. Paul, before you jump in, I've already sent the open, and it will be another 5 questions, but I'm waiting for the bot to respond before I press the button. Okay.
There it goes. Speak of the devil.
Yeah.
Another
5 questions, please.
I don't see at least the Montanas getting laid down, and honestly, probably the Long Tana variant gets laid down.
Yeah, and you're also probably seeing the British react. It's probably in a nicest way. If the Yamatos are announced when they are... Well, let's see.
When is going to be very impactful. Because I think if it's sufficiently before World War II and Churchill rising to power, there's a non-zero chance Churchill may still decide to pause capital ship construction.
Basically, it's if they announce when they're laying them down in 37, 38, then that's the scenario. If they don't wait till August and November 1940 to announce them, i.e. when they're launched, that doesn't really help anyone in Britain or even America much, because 1940 is far too close to anything happening. So if the Japanese announce they're laying them down as soon as they're laying them down, and maybe make the claim they're going to lay down 4, then things become more of a problem. And before I get on to the next questions, and leaving you with that discussion quickly, I'm going to quickly wander to facilities, because I have drunk an entire bottle of Iron Brew, on top of the equivalent of, well, an entire bottle of water this afternoon alone.
It would be interesting to see if the KG5s get laid down as 1014s or if they go for a 915 or a 916 inch design.
Yeah.
I would be inclined to think that if Japan starts laying down any meaningful number of 18-inch gun ships, that Britain is going to look at that and say, oh, Well, we don't have a ready to go 18-inch program right now, but we do have a ready to go 15 and 16-inch program.
Yeah, I would hope so. I mean, it's the British government, so you can never be entirely sure that they'll do anything sane. But yeah, I hope so.
I think what you get from the British, and I'm sorry to jump in like this, is probably
It is your show.
12, 16-inch guns. Because you could do a stretched line design, and if it comes in 1937, a stretched line would work. Because you can basically take the ships which you're planning on building for the King George V's, and you can turn those over to the stretch, to some of the earlier preliminaries of the stretched line design. That's sort of the quickest one you could put. A 12, 16-inch gun line, and you'd basically just push everything onto that. So you'd be talking something which is roughly 30 knots and 12, 16-inch guns. And honestly, a 3-knot advantage and the rate of fire 16-inch gives you versus 18-inch would probably be considered acceptable for a short term before you can work on something of equivalent. But the real problem for the scenario in the world in that scenario, if you think about it, the one who suffers the most, and I have to emphasize this, the British would be laying them down if the Japanese announce it before they lay them down, and again that's quite possible, but they sort of announce they're going to lay them down, and Yamato is laid down in November 1937. So theoretically you have all the King George V's laid down by that point. Theoretically. Now, why do I say theoretically? Because if you consider Howe and Anson are laid down in June and July 1937, they are not that far along in their construction. But also, you only have 5 slips being used by these vessels. And so you can rank things up. And so, yeah, I think you get 12, 16-inch gun versions of the Lion class built quite quickly. And even the 14-inch gunships are probably going to be built, but their role is going to be keep the North Atlantic fine. The thing which may suffer is Vanguard. Because if you're emphasizing and building all these ships, let's be honest, Vanguard is not really the asset you want to take with you. As good as she is, she's a fully armored battle cruiser. I think if you're pushing them through, you keep pushing them through in terms of the battleships. And the fast battleships. And the British were quite happy with their fast battleship line. They knew where it was going. One of the reasons they go with the battlecruiser line is because they can rapidly use fully armed battlecruiser line, because they rapidly can use their 15-inch guns, but they don't need to necessarily go down that line if they're pushing enough. But it's going to have an impact on probably not carrier construction, because that was considered quite high priority, but maybe possibly cruiser construction. In 9601, in the nicest way, that's a question to save for when Draken and Fox are here, probably more than me. My knowledge is limited, and I don't have time to go read that up, because it was a long time ago I played Ace Combat. IC-75, Arizona. Which additional European country is most likely to build an SSN?
Sure.
Building.
Germany?
your options in terms of theoretical capacity to do it are Sweden, Germany, and Italy.
Yeah, okay, Italy. I keep forgetting about Italy.
I think for Germany, if they do, that's going for a global role, and currently their submarines are more oriented towards the Baltic. They've not taken on a North Atlantic role realistically with their submarine force yet, and they've not really... They're too much concentrated in the Baltic. So in the Baltic, you don't really need... It's not really necessarily useful for them to go that way. And it's an interesting scenario to go down, but yeah, I'd say Italy's probably the most likely, because they are the ones who are keep looking sort of global. Build/buy. In the nicest way, there's no point buying it if you can't sustain it, and again, there's limitations for capability to sustain it. So Australia, the reason why Australia, people keep complaining about the cost of AUKUS in Australia. Part of it is because they're building the systems to sustain it, and that's also partially that expensive because they've let the systems to sustain the Collins class atrophy so much.
And it also doesn't help that, to my knowledge, Australia doesn't have a civilian nuclear industry. I think they have 1 or 2 breeder reactors for medical and scientific purposes.
They're building up facilities to support it and sustain it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to be AFK for a sec. Similar
Enjoy.
issue you just had.
Okay. It's going to sound strange, but to answer information mimics, there's the channel Ocean Liner Designs. You'll find them quite nice. They're quite a good channel for going to find that sort of information. They have just a sort of shy of 1 million subscribers. But they've done that really well, because they've done that on a little over 500 videos.
They've done very well with their shorts.
Yeah, very, very well with their shorts. They do very good. It's very interesting stuff.
Currently, shorts production is the secret sauce for YouTube.
Yeah, I really should do more shorts, but I don't. I know there's a way to recruit people. I know there's a way to find people, but I don't. Yeah. I should do more, but I don't on the shorts thing, because I do the shorts when I have an idea for it, and when I have an idea I like, I then do a short. It's like I've got one flashing around on the UK economy, because people keep saying how small we are as an island, how poor we are, and I sit there and go, we're not. And it's like when people start to go for things like do GDP analysis of US states versus the UK, and you sit there and go, yeah, no. GDP is a very useful, quick measure of of economic productivity of a certain area. It's not a good in-depth one.
Yeah, the U.S. is the first largest by GDP and contains the 5th largest by GDP.
Yes,
economies in the world.
But also, there's the fact that you have to sit there and go, okay, there's going to be some differentials between a state and a state and the cost it bears versus a nation state, and also then you go, okay, what's the actual population size of that state versus Britain? And that has an effect, believe it or not. And one of the interesting things is you sit there and go, the UK economy stats. I've got the economic stats up here. Let's go to my Excel spreadsheets because I was recently going over this because of something else. It was how we could afford things. And yeah, data sets.
In the nicest way, Information Mimic, are you really surprised that the channel called Ocean Liner Designs is focused on ocean liners?
Yeah, but he does do other stuff. It's just it comes up rarely. The UK, in terms of its GDP, has basically stayed roughly similar in relationship to the US for quite a while. And we start talking about the UK's GDP, and you sit there and go, it's grown. It used to be 2.2, basically 2,700 billion in about 2017, and now it's 4,225 billion in 2026. And that is quite a large economy. So it's a 4.2 trillion economy. That's slightly different to some of the US states, which are someone put ahead of it because their GDP per person is a lot bigger. Because they have, and you sit there and go, okay, you have to do in terms of their economic strength, instead of total economy. Sorry, I was saying GDP there, and what I meant was economic. Their total economy. It's GDP per capita, yes, which people like to use. The GDP per capita, and they start measuring up. I said GDP per person. Sorry. Me and economics are always a fun thing because I can do the maths, but I hate the terminology because it sounds so strange.
I'm back, but it doesn't sound like this is going to be a question for me.
Yep.
Data.
Okay, so global economic system collapses. The panel is forced into piracy. What ships do you choose for long and profitable life as a modern-day pirate?
Smollend. I will take the museum ship Smollend.
Tempting. I'm going to take a super yacht, outfit it as best I can, and then use that, because basically super yacht approaching super yacht was probably going to be less noticeable than the Smarland approaching a super yacht, so they're less likely to run from me. And then I will conduct piracy in the traditional methodology of I will board your ship, I will take your goods and have you transfer the money to me, and then I will let you go. I don't have a strict rule about mentioning other channels on this channel. It's a case of in terms of in the chat, I often talk about Drax's channel because, of course, he's my friend of Fellowship Show. I talk about Garrus the Brit. I talk about the Fleet of Oceans. So, to an extent, I am pragmatic in terms of the chat.
Against using simple.
But there are other times where I will be slightly more strict because it's like in the chat, I'm here to give my comment response. In terms of comments, it tends to be I have the system of it's not going to let them through unless I've seen them. Because I go, oh, yeah, and I usually just tick it through. It's very rare I will block a channel from being mentioned in a comment, because I'm not that type. I think in terms of held comments on the channel that are blocked by the system, the literal ones are, and I haven't deleted them, I should probably just delete them rather than having them sitting there in the hold folder, is where people have put in otherwise very good points, but have used swear words. And that's what I try and say no. Oh. Someone has found the USNI has basically apparently used one of my talks, or basically translated one of my talks into one of their videos on their channel. I'll have to look at that in a bit.
They've
But
used
yeah.
one of your whats?
Basically, someone's just done a comment of, here's an entire video that's basically one of your presence deterrence and fleet composition talks that was on the USNI's channel 3 weeks ago. Oh.
I would use... So, go ahead, Dan.
I was just going to say, it may also just be they have the same ideas.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. It's basically, it's going to be the same, it's going to be similar ideas and similar profile because you come to similar conclusions. Based off the evidence and following it. But I'll be interested. I'll go have a flick through it and see what the person commented, look at the video, and then I'll let the comment through. But literally, I was just going through my comments to find one where someone has talked about another channel and has linked to it, and that's exactly sort of normally I will let those through.
To the question about piracy, I think I'd take a Chesapeake Bay crab boat or oyster boat. Reasonably fast, usually has a bulletproof engine in it, has a decent amount of excess displacement for armor and firepower, and has a very, very short logistics tail relative to many other vessels that would otherwise be proposed.
You lot are no fun.
The problem is, I would love to take USS Wisconsin as my piracy ship. The problem is to get JP5, which I think is what her boilers are currently configured to run on, not to mention all the spares to run a 200 megawatt steam plant and all the personnel to run that ship. It's just not worth it.
You see, this is why I picked super yachts. They're designed for cruise about 4 or 5.
Yeah, so, I need something small, something that can blend in when needed, and that has really low overhead.
Also, the other thing of using a super yacht is you're going to look like the perfect target to other pirates, so you can then earn money by taking out other pirates and cashing in the bounty. Black Horse, why did naming of military ships become political? It's always been political. It never hasn't been. These are ships which represent the nation state. Of course it's going to be political. It's always been political. It's just sometimes people turn it into more of a political fight than others. Information Mimic. I know that you and Draco Naval Historians. Where can I listen to someone who specializes in civilian ships? As said, Historic Liners, Sal Merculagus, civilian ships. I talk about them occasionally. I do stuff on merchant ships, but it's just it's spattered in everything else. Because I did a whole video on Liberty ships. Yeah.
Your list earlier from about 6 minutes ago seems to have hit most of the names that I know. If not all the names that I know.
I can't think of anyone else.
I'm trying to think of someone who does civilian ships. Oh, good lord. I'm going through my own notes of people who I've talked to. Sailor Dean is pretty good, but that's more modern merchant ships. Same with Joe Franta. yeah, that there is shipping updates, which is which occasionally does history stuff, but that's from an Indian. That's definitely from an Indian's perspective. It's still a good channel. Yeah, I'm sorry. There just aren't that many that do the merchant shipping that in sort of that depth. But yeah. And yeah, that's it. That's actually our last question of the evening. So that being said, that's pretty much it. So thank you very much, everyone, for being here tonight. I hope you enjoyed it. Hope you found it useful. Hope you found it fun. And thank you for being here. And if you like the video, please do like, share, and subscribe. It really does help the channel grow. See, I remembered. You don't need to remind me. Thank you to all my panels for being here, Foxo and Dragon, who are here for a while. Thank you to Dan. Thank you to Runon. Thank you to everyone in the channel who's been adminning. So all the lovely people who've been, all the admins, flotilla leaders, etc., who are in the channel. We do a lot of lives, so we have a lot of admins, which is useful. Yeah. It's a interesting time, and I hope you enjoyed it. And thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Is there anyone on Twitter who I'd said to one? See, it used to be years ago, before he got so focused in on politics, John Conrad used to be an interesting one to follow. But now most of his tweets are about politics rather than Merchant Marine. So it's not really one you can. Not really one. He used to want to find Sal's Twitter. Sal does tend to tweet out stuff, which is good links to things. So you can follow Sal's. But again, Sal's got very professional about his social media approach, and so there's less other people's content coming through. Not much less, but you know, it's pushing. It is, of course, honestly, because of the fact that, like me, he uses the channel for his research funding. And to fund all his research things and to grow his research. He does, you know, professionalize it a bit, which is understandable. Yeah, that's the trouble. Oh, yeah. But, you know. I'm still annoyed that Sal didn't invite me on for the Battleship video. I would have had so much fun with that Battleship video. Yeah, the History Guy does have some good, has some chips. The History Guy also has great bow ties. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone, for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And yeah, thank you for being here. And probably going to be on Discord for a little bit longer, chatting away before we head off. But thank you. Take care, and thank you again to all the people who've been here, all the people who've been helping, all the people who've been chatting. Toodles. Ciao. And let's see who I can find to send everyone on Twitch to. Can I find someone to raid? Who is the nice person to raid for the Twitch people? Is there anyone I'm following who is interesting? No. There is no one I see who is literally honest, who's doing education stuff. They all seem to be gaming and things like that. So I'm sorry, I'm just going to end the stream. I know I should do a raid. I know it's unprofessional not to do a raid, but I don't want to randomly raid into something which is completely different to my own topics. I'd rather let you pick where you want to go. Take care, everyone, and thank you very much again for your support and all your kindness and the super chats. Thank you, Nelson. And yeah.